Hey everybody, you are watching episode 102 of Late Night Q&A with ZodWriter featuring GalagaGuy88. I think I remember seeing this dude on a panel with 17 other guys, but I couldn't stay awake long enough to finish watching. Um, Anyways, enjoy the stream. I'm sure this will be fun. I mean, isn't it always? Wow.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to tonight's episode of Late Night Q&A with ZodWriter. As the Nostalgia Power mascot, Tom, likes to introduce a lot of these shows. So it was nice for Tom to take a moment out of his busy schedule to introduce the show. With me tonight, I have GalagaGuy88. And this
Hello.
should be a fun show. What's up, GalagaGuy? Good to see you.
Glad to be here. Glad you had me come on the show. It's going to be a good time.
I got a chance to check you out a little bit on Sosa and Steps show the other night, and I will say it was cool to kind of get to know you a little bit on there and to see what you were all about. I've been a subscriber to your channel for a while, and you do some pretty fun videos. But they were asking you a lot of questions, and Sosa was a little bit harsh with his negativity towards Galaga. So I wanted to start off with talking a little bit about Galaga, the
Yeah.
game that you name yourself after. Now,
Yes.
here's the thing, have you been a fan of the home arcade community or at first, or were you more into the real arcades, way before then, and then home arcades kind of just snuck up and kind of became a staple in your game room? Tell us a little bit about
Um,
that.
so I had the classic Pizza Hut story when it comes to Galaga, where it was, I was at a Pizza Hut and I saw a real Galaga machine, and I asked my mom for some quarters, slapped those things in there, and I went to town, and that's where I just really fell in love with arcades. Um, and I did enjoy more of the actual arcades. We did grow up with my parents had 6 children together, so we didn't go very often because there wasn't too many quarters floating around in our house. But whenever we did go to like a mall or we went to a bowling alley or skating or whatever, usually I was always in the arcade section. So that's really kind of where my love grew for them. Simpsons, Turtles, playing those type of games. Galaga was always there. Always one that I would be stuck at, and I just would love to play all the time. Later on, though, whenever Arcade One Up, they first came out with their Little Wave One ones, and I saw the Galaga, and I actually had a chance to pick one up for $55, and I was stupid and I didn't do it. But I did get the Galaga. That was kind of my first step to the home arcade. Was just as far as Galaga was that, yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I will say, that you and I have that in common, the whole Pizza Hut experience. For me as a kid, it was the tables that were the arcade games, like
Oh,
the Pac-Man, that where it was a glass table, and you could do head to head. You could play Pac-Man and literally at the table while you were waiting for your pizza. Now, did you have that experience where it was, all it was there, it was head to head, but it was not like the head to heads we get from Arcade One Up now, where it's a really short table, and
yeah.
you'd need to put it on like on like an extender that would be, I don't know, like a practically like a brick with like phone books on top of it in order to raise it up high enough to actually be a table for us.
Yeah.
We really, as grown men, if we want to sit around and actually play the game. I you know I But I used to love that as a kid. I used to love the whole experience of Pac-Man. That was a big thing. And then my Pizza Hut had a Galaga. They had a Neo Geo cabinet in the corner. It was a big
That
red
is
Neo
cool.
Geo cabinet, and I feel like it always got the most play. But what was surprising to me over the years going to that Pizza Hut was the fact that Neo Geo was always in pristine condition. I don't know how they
Wow.
managed to keep
You
it so clean in a Pizza Hut. I don't know how that was possible, but it was always like the most pristine thing you've ever seen, and the was glistening and the shine. I would always be like, wow, this is amazing how nice this looks,
Yeah,
and
because you would think with the kids and the greasy pizza and the pizza sauce, and you think it'd be, kinda destroyed, after a while, but that's pretty amazing. Someone must have had a true, love for the machine to keep it
well,
like that.
I agree, and and for me, one of my prized possessions is my Neo Geo MVSX. I play that all the time. I love Neo Geo.
You're
It's
so lucky, 'cause I want that thing so bad, but I just can't come to grips to spending the money on it to buy it new, and I found one used one time, and I didn't go for it. And I've played on the thing before, the Neo Geo one, but that one is so cool. You're so lucky to have that thing, man. That is one is awesome.
Galaga guy. I gotta tell you, I it's the one cabinet that I feel like it justifies its original price tag of 4.99 right out of the gate. Because here's the thing about it: it comes with 50 games right out of the box, and then you have
That's
the
true.
option with the Hilo hack to add tons of arcade games, Sega Genesis games. It is so much fun. And personally, like I said, to me, because you get so many games, you get so much value. It, I mean, even though you can't play it online, I mean, that's not really a deal breaker for me because a lot of the games that you can play online through Arcade One Up cabinets are kind of hit and miss anyway. So if
Yeah.
you're buying it just to be able to play it online, you're not really missing much if you just want a really high quality offline experience. And to me, that's what you get with the MVSX. Now I'm thinking about like in your situation where like Galaga is your game, like the main thing. Like, how do
Yeah.
you feel about, and you and that's behind you, that's an original cabinet, right? That's a real
Yes.
Galaga. How
Yes.
do now do you have any of the arcade one up Galaga machines or you
Right now,
purposely
I do
don't?
have a class of 81 that I plan on selling once I get this one. There's a few things I wanna change in this one. The stick on there, it has some issues on it that I don't really like, so I'm gonna change the stick out in this, as well as I have a marquee coming, a decal for the bottom because it was kinda messed up. But once I get those all done, then that one's probably gonna say goodbye because I mostly just keep that one around so I can keep playing Galaga on it. But I have had the original Galaga machine, I think, and then I've had that Class 81 are the only 2 I've ever bought off of RK One Up, and then, I ended up getting this guy, and so, yeah, that he's a big guy, so I'll be, playing on him most of the time.
Now, how do you feel about the arcade one up Galaga deluxe machine that they've got? And would you be more enthusiastic about a one-up version of Galaga if they like did an XL? Do you have like a preference as far
The
as
only if they did an XL and they didn't put an eight-way stick in it, but see the games they put in there, they end up putting an eight-way stick in, and that's why I didn't really care for the Class 81. It was great, and I kept playing on it, but you have to really be, in the with eight-way stick, you really have to be in the slot in order for it to work, going back and forth. And what's happened with me is whenever you get to a certain level and I'm going real fast back and forth, and all of a sudden I don't quite hit right or left, and I stutter, and that little stutter you wouldn't think matters, but it really does. And it kinda has ruined games for me
yeah,
where I'm like, "Oh!" Like
you need a four-way.
yes.
It's like Cubert. You definitely need a
Yeah.
four-way to effectively be able to enjoy that game and play it the way it's meant to be played. And and that's the unfortunate part about Arcade One Up. They can't seem to get it right when it comes to
Yeah.
these classic games. And my problem with all this has always been with Arcade One Up, you got to get these classic games from the 80s and 90s correct. If you want to
Mhm.
be majorly successful, you've got to be able to do that because diehards are not like you. If Galaga is your game, if Pac-Man
Yeah.
is your game, and here's the thing,
Yeah.
they've released like 78 different Pac-Man cabinets, and Galaga is not quite at the level of penetration that they are with Pac-Man, obviously, but they still, they still have put out quite a few of those too. And I just, it
Yeah.
makes me wonder, would it really be that big of a deal to just put in a 4-way stick to make it as authentic as possible? Because they skimp on the quality of the buttons and sticks. We've been dealing with the
Yeah.
same buttons and sticks since they got started. I remember the first Street Fighter cabinet they came out with, and I remember playing it for the first time, and I remember thinking to myself, this is such a garbage gameplay experience. I just remember being like, why would anybody pay like $300 for this? This is trash. This stick and these buttons would have to be replaced immediately for it to be of any value whatsoever. I'm like, the
Yeah.
buttons and sticks are not that expensive in the grand scheme of things when you're a company like them and you have to buy in bulk. What
Yeah.
is
And
it?
here's
Another 12
with
cents for the the
yeah.
product.
Yeah, yeah, and for me too, it's like on their first run of them, the first wave, it was kind of it's understandable. You might have bad sticks and buttons because you're kind of trying to get used to things, and you're just kind of finding your way. But then after that, it's like, all right, wave 2 came. It's like, well, maybe they'll upgrade on wave 3, and then wave 3 came, and now I don't know what wave we're on now, 5 or 6 or whatever it is, and it's still like, man, like they've never really. I'm trying to think of one arcade one up that's been at 100% like correct, and there's nothing wrong with it or nothing you would change. I don't know if there is one,
There isn't.
honestly.
There isn't one.
like,
There
like,
isn't one. Even the Killer Instinct Pro machine that they came out with, people
oh
complained
man,
about it. Even that one, they didn't have. And there was some issue. Actually, there was some issue with the buttons and the sticks for that machine,
yeah,
and that machine was Pro, more expensive, and it was HAP sticks, a HAP button and sticks
yeah,
like it's supposed to be, but it wasn't the right version of HAP buttons and sticks, so it wasn't as fluid. Somebody said, I'm trying to remember who it was who told me, who had one, who had said that it was one of those situations where, because they used the wrong versions, you were actually better off playing it with the regular version that they put out before the pro version, with the crap
oh
buttons and sticks. I was like, wow, that says a lot right there. I was like,
yeah,
you can't
yeah.
you
That's
can
that's that's not good. I did hear something where you couldn't do like there's something with the sticks where you couldn't do certain combos
certain
because the stick
combos.
was messed up. And to me too, I know that there's two different versions. I think it was Sandwall. Was it the Sandwall stick they put in that or something? And they went with the lower version because to save money. But to me, they were only making 500 of them. Like if you're only making 500, like, and it costs you 10 more cents to make the better sticks, like you're only making 500. Like you're not making thousands of these things. So why wouldn't you have just gone with the better stick because it is the pro model and you're not making very many? It's not like this is a Galaga or a Pac-Man where you're trying to throw out thousands of these and get as many people as you can in front of them. So 10 cents might make a big difference, but for 500, it's not that much at all. So
Yeah.
I didn't understand it.
Yeah, I was confused too by that. I was like, you're literally spending over $1,000 for this cabinet when all is said and done. I shouldn't have to replace nothing. This thing should be perfect right out of the box. Not only that, it should come assembled for that
Yeah.
price, and I should be able to just get it home, plug it up, and be ready to go. Like they should leave it on the, have it delivered. It should be on your doorstep in a small crate, and you do, I mean, for that kind of money, I don't understand what like you said, what 10 cents more would have made in the grand scheme of
Yeah.
things. It just irritates me to no end their business
Yeah.
practices when it comes to certain things. I think that by and large they've been positive for the home arcade community, but it's the quality that they really need to improve upon, which I don't, like you said, at this point we're in like wave 5, wave 6. There's not, they're not going to change anything at this point. It is what it is. They're basically a veteran company that's kind of stuck in their ways now. You're not ever going to
Yeah.
get that. It's just one of those things. If you're new to the home arcade scene out there, people watching this, and you are considering buying a home arcade product and you want to buy an arcade one up, just know that if you are an arcade enthusiast at all and you like to play arcade games, you're gonna have to switch out the buttons and sticks to
Yeah.
have an authentic, or at least have close to an authentic experience. Because
Yeah.
again, authenticity is the buttons and sticks more so than anything else. And like my buddy PD7 likes to say, though, Phil, it's all about the aesthetic. It's all about the look of the cabinet. People buy these because of the way that they look, because of the nostalgia factor for how they look and
Yeah.
what they represent, more so than the actual, you know, the actual gameplay themselves, because a lot of these cabinets are just reissues with the same games on them and things like that.
Yeah. And I think that a lot of times too, when it comes to you know, kind of like someone like me that's like trying to get a better score, or there's a certain game that you have that you want to try and get better at, you know, even with your fighters, your Street Fighter, your
Right.
KIs, stuff like that. These machines are very hard to do that. The arcade one machines are hard to do that on, just because again the quality is just isn't there with them. But I will say, if you're just a casual person, like, my arcade, I don't know if you've seen, the boiler room at all, but I have a lot of these sitting down here, and, with
Hmm.
that, I do have friends and family that come over, and they don't care. They're like, "Oh, it's a free arcade, like, what do I care?" They don't spend any money on it, so for them, it's fine. But if, you're someone like me who's spending, now $500 is a good price for a new one. You wanna make sure that it's a little bit better quality than the ones that were $300 but yeah, so it's all, I guess, perspective. If you're just someone who wants to have fun, you find one for, $50 or $100 like back in the day, or even The Simpsons, that was like
Yeah,
140 bucks.
yeah.
It's
People,
like
I know people that were getting The Simpsons for $50 at one point, and
yeah.
I was like, "That's a pretty good freaking deal." Because see, then if you have to replace the buttons and sticks, it's
Yeah,
not a big deal. You only paid $50 for the cabinet, you're fine. But yeah, these prices, that's the thing. These prices don't do people any favors, and it's kind of like, I feel like the problem with Arcade One Up is that they've kind of priced a lot of people out with the amount of money that they're asking for so little quality. And that's where, where the problem lies for me anyway. I kind of feel like you're you're better off elsewhere, because there's so many options now. You can buy
yeah,
multicades, and you can build, you can have literally thousands of games on it with better controls, better options. And
yeah.
I've never, I just don't understand the logic. If you're number one and you want to maintain being number one, that's all you got to do is upgrade and make some changes every now and then, and then you
Yeah,
kind of justify the price increases. They're
yeah,
the only
yeah, it's a
company I've ever seen that doesn't make any, like, improvements where it counts, but continues to raise their prices. That's the thing.
I think well
Every
yeah,
company, every company with each generation makes, makes improvements, except, like, and they just think, well, no, people will buy it anyway, because, like PD7 says, it's all about the look of the cabinet. It's all about that
yeah,
that feeling of nostalgia for having a Galaga, or having a Pac-Man, or having a Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, whatever your game of choice is, and
yeah.
yours happens to be Galaga. So yeah.
Yeah, and it's I guess I get what PD7's saying too, because whenever you get a bunch of these in a room and you turn them on all on, it looks really, really cool. Like, I mean, it's like you have
Yeah,
your own
the
arcade in there.
ambiance is
Yeah,
amazing. You walk around and you have
yeah,
this feeling of, and like, I'll do that with all of mine. There'll be days where I'll just turn all mine on, and I won't even play them. I'll just leave them on the attract mode, just to have,
yeah,
that experience. But see, that's where I kind of realized that I don't really need to buy any more. See, I live in a
yeah,
small place, and I've got about I've got 4 now. I've got four, and then I've got four cabinets, and then I've got a countercade. And I had gotten a Mortal Kombat 2 countercade when they were on sale for like $18 on Amazon through a mistake, and I
Wow.
ended up getting one, and I actually ended up getting two that year. I got one for myself, and then I got one for my sister for Christmas that year, and I was just so excited. I was like, wow, what a steal. And then I put the team encoder, hack on it, and added a bunch of games to it and stuff. So I was like, this is awesome. This couldn't have been any easier. I mean, this is
Yeah.
amazing. And so but I to this day I like have no desire to buy any cabinets. I'm happy with what I have, and you seem to be very happy with what you got. Everything behind you, you're
Oh yeah.
and
Yeah.
but I feel like that's the thing. Do you think that everybody has their limit, or do you think people are just going to keep buying these machines? Because, like, for
I think
example, PD7, my guy Phil, I love PD7. He's got like a ton of them, and for him, he likes to take, he'll sell some, and then bring in more, and sell one, but get another one. Use the money to buy something else. But for me, it's like I'm kind of I'm kind of picky like that. Like when I
mhm,
buy machines like this, I buy them to keep them. I don't buy them to flip them and then turn
yeah.
around and have to buy the next upgraded model. So I've never been like that. Like that's why I love the Neo Geo, the MVSX so much. I'll never sell that one. That one will go to my I'll go to my grave with that machine. It's like listen, if you're gonna buy them to sell them and always get like the next best upgraded model, that's one way of doing it. But I don't know, man. I've just been very content with what I have. So I'm kind of
Yeah, I think for me, I'm kind of reaching. I mean, it's going to be hard. I know RK one up's kind of they've kind of petered out a lot this year. They kind of just have been putting along. And other people argue and say, oh, they did this and did that. I'm like, it was just a lot of rehashes. I think that there's not much they could do to bring something out that I would be like. I don't think they're going to do anything that I would be excited about anymore. Basically, like it's pretty much done for me. Like there might be here or there. I think in the community too, there is this I guess I don't know what you call it, like a rush you get from a good deal. That's what like a lot of people like.
yeah.
I don't really need this cab, but it's only $200 and it's normally $500, and I gotta get it. Like, oh, it's such a good deal, and like that rush of getting a good deal like makes you buy another one, and then it's like, oh well, I found this one for this much. Like, oh, I look at this.
Well,
So I think that's what
you don't regret your Tron purchase, do you?
No, I don't. I haven't regretted my Tron purchase. No, I actually have a backup. One of Glenn's sticks for whenever this one breaks because everyone else is
You're
breaking.
smart. You were
So
smart. You were smart because
yeah,
anything. This is the thing about Glenn. Anything you get from Glenn is going to be quality. So
yeah,
I've talked to Glenn many times, and Glenn is a salt of the earth individual. He'll do anything
yes,
for you, and anything that he sells, he's all. It's all good. You can never do wrong by buying.
yeah,
The third party options from Glenn for these cabinets and these things
yeah,
that he's come up with. He's just amazing. He's a genius. And the truth is, like for Tron, he couldn't have come up with anything better because you knew Arcade One Up
yeah,
wasn't going to care. They were going to charge you, over $600 for a night light and not
yeah,
really give you like I gotta ask you, since
yes.
we're talking about Tron,
Okay,
I hate the game Tron, the actually
okay,
playing the game. Like I cannot
yes,
stand it. To me, it's boring. The controls are horrible, and it I never understood the appeal beyond the aesthetic of the cabinet itself. In other words, I think it looks great. I think it's a beautiful looking arcade cabinet, but the game itself to me does not justify the kind of money that they want for like the home arcade version or any other. I mean, I could I
Yeah.
could play it on a multicade, and if I really want to play Tron, but like PD7 says, it's not about the
Yeah.
game itself, it's about the look. So I have to ask you,
Yeah.
for you, is it about Tron? Is it actually about the game itself, or is it about
It's
the cabinet?
for me, it was more for Disc of Tron. Like I like that one better than I do Tron
Oh,
itself. So
okay,
I did enjoy
okay.
that game. So I played that one, and then I do play Tron. Me and my brother actually have like a little competition. He's beating me right now, on it. As far as playing that one, and it does attract a lot of people. But like you said, the game, I think it just confuses people, especially when you have to choose where you're going, and then it's like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm gonna go over here, and there's spiders attacking me, and then I go over here, and there's tanks attacking me. Like, what is happening right now? So it is kind of an odd game to just pick up. You have to kind of play it for a bit to kind of get your senses about what's going on. And then after you kind of figure it out, it just rockets the difficulty level. The next time you get past the initial 4 areas, and then you go to the next area, and it's like way harder. So not only did you have to figure it out to even start playing, but as soon as you kind of get the hang of it, then it's super super hard again. So I think it turns a lot of people off, from the game. I think I've gotten past it once. Um, as far as the second version of it, but that's as far as I've ever gotten on it because it's very difficult.
Well, right now it seems to be the most sought after cabinet in the home arcade community because it's hard to find now and it's very expensive to get. So that's why I wondered, like, you've got to be happy with yours. If you really enjoy playing it, you're glad you got it when you did. Now, when you got it, did you get it on sale, or did you have to pay full price for it?
I got this one secondhand. That's also why I bought the
Awesome.
I also bought the stick because I'm like, I don't know who's been playing on it, like, And there's actually a guy, he's in Chillicothe, Ohio, and he would sell. I don't know. He said he'd buy pallets of different stuff, and he'd always have RK one ups, just a ton of them. He still does, and he sells them for cheap. I don't know why or how he gets a hold of them,
He has
but I
too
think this
many.
one, yeah, that's probably what it is. So this one here, I think I paid 350 for the Tron. This is back whenever it was more popular and they were easier to find.
That's
Um,
insane. That is awesome.
yeah,
That's a great deal.
yeah,
Again, that's a great deal. That's too good to
yeah,
pass up.
yeah,
I mean, for 350, let me have that purple nightlight. I'll find a spot for it. Like I say, it's a
yeah,
beautiful look. It's a beautiful
yeah.
looking cabinet. I'm not gonna argue with the aesthetics of the cabinet itself.
I'll
You
be
know,
I'll be honest with you. I've went there with a because my well, it's two-folded story. I got my father-in-law into arcades, arcade one-ups, I should say, because I bought
awesome.
him one. So then I went down to this Chillicothe, which is about 2 hours away, and I had to rent a U-Haul because we bought probably I think it was like 8 or 9 arcade one-ups and pinballs, like, at that time because he was just selling them for so cheap. And we're just like, "This is such a good deal," and I ended up selling most of them anyways because yeah, some things came up, and I was like, "Well, I'm gonna sell some of these." So a lot of them I bought, I just end up selling. So and actually I have a lot less than what I used to have, but it's just, again, that thrill of the deal. It's like, "Oh, wow, I can get this one for this much? Oh." I ended up getting an NFL Blitz from him, and,
Oh my
I
god,
think I
how
got
much did you get the blitz for?
okay, he gave it to me for 400, which it was brand new. Like, it just had come out, 400.
Okay.
Um, so it was a better deal than what was out until I got it home and it's
Right,
okay. It's
right.
okay. I don't think it's like
I keep thinking of the whenever I think of NFL Blitz, I keep thinking of the 50 cents deal that Steps Gaming got for NFL Blitz, and I say to myself, nobody can ever beat that deal. I mean,
no,
because
no.
all in all, with all the work and stuff she put into it, I think she said she spent a total of maybe 150 bucks when all was said and done to get it
Yeah.
fully up and running and functioning the way it needed to be. But 50 cents is a heck of a deal. I mean,
Yeah.
if I got to
N
do a little rehabbing and order a new PCB and whatever, that's fine. I mean, at the end of the day, you're still getting it way, way cheaper than if you buy it anywhere else. That
yeah.
was awesome.
Well, to just tell you how pathetic I have been in the past, I bought Simpsons twice, and I was tempted to buy it again whatever this last deal was going on. I bought it both times. I think I got it for like around $100.
You've got like a backup one just in case.
No, I bought it and then I was like, I don't ever play this. Like, I'm gonna sell it, and I sold it, and then I was like, look at this great deal that's going on. I'll buy another one, and I bought another one, and I was like, I had it for a while, and I was like, I don't really play this at all. Like, why did I buy it again? And then I sold it, and then whenever this whole other deal came about with the corner K talking about it, I was like, it's only $139. Like, that's not a bad deal at all. Then I had to like stop myself and be like, you don't like this cabinet? You've had it twice now. Like,
Don't like it.
this
You
stop.
hate this cabinet. Yeah, it'd be like it would be like me buying Tron to play it because it's
Yeah,
such a good deal. Like
yeah,
I again, if I want to illuminate my apartment, that's
yes,
cool, but I'm not gonna buy it to play it. It's just
yeah,
gonna sit there. Like Dark Realm Gaming says here, what if I buy them to watch them play themselves? Do I have to change? Do I still change the buttons and sticks? Well, no. If you're a casual gamer and you just wanna play around with it, or you want to just have it as background ambiance or whatever for the place that you live in, that's perfectly fine. But that's what a lot of people actually buy these for. A lot of people buy these for
yeah.
furniture, for the look, not to play them, but just to look at them and have that feeling of walking into an arcade. I guess it's about, it's all about nostalgia.
And it kind of reminds me too of, because I've got some of the not that they're as far as quality goes, but the new wave toys. I have some of those, and I'm also just like, man, these just kind of sit here, man. Like, I don't, you can't really play them. They kind of sit here, and I know that that's kind of how the arcades one ups are too, where it's like they're not near as good as quality, but they just kind of sit there sometimes, and you're like, okay, like what do I buy these for? They're just kind of sitting here doing nothing. So I get what you're saying, but the ambiance of having those, the new wave toys sitting there all together and all of them on, and you're just like, wow, these are so cool
Oh
looking.
my god, the new wave toys and the numbskull arcades,
Yeah.
those just scream quality. I mean, I was
Yes.
so excited. Like for me, I was so excited when Numbskull Arcades brought out that Polybius charger, where
Yeah.
it's like a Polybius cabinet, and then but it's an actual, charger for your
Y
phones and stuff like that. It is
Oh, that is cool.
so cool. And I literally was like, that's quality right there. And it's very quality, it's high quality.
Yeah.
It's made better than, it's made better than all of the arcade one-ups as far as like, quality of like, the product itself and how it feels, and it's heavy, and the weight, and and so I look at it and I say, man, you're not, they don't skimp on these small machines, on these, new wave
Yeah.
toys or numbskull. Yeah, I'm with you 100%. Those are great. And those are fun to look at. And you can and you can collect them, and you can collect a lot of them. You can put them on a shelf and have them sitting next to each other, and if you get enough of them and you turn them on, you'll have the same kind of ambiance that you would with with like walking into like a room full of arcade one-ups or multicades, whatever you like to collect. So what is the
Yeah.
one arcade cabinet that you purchased that you regret the most, and you either got rid of it or you're planning to get rid of it?
NVC2.
Thank thank you for saying that. I'm with you 1000%, because I'm a really
Yes.
big fan right now of that TV show X-Men 97, following up the
Mhm.
X-Men 92. I'm loving
Yes.
X-Men 97 so much. I think it's the greatest revival series of all time. It's it's better than any revival I've ever seen, as far as being able to like seamlessly match up with the original source material and the show that came before it. It is so good. It's just boggling my mind how wonderful it is. It's so awesome that I almost want to buy that X-Men 97 arcade one up, just because of how much I love X-Men 97. They are
Ye
going to sell a lot of those cabinets simply because that show is so good. It's
Yeah.
almost like they knew. It's almost like, because I was scratching my head when they reskinned MVC2 with X-Men 97. I scratched my head and I thought to myself, wouldn't it be smarter to reskin X-Men with
Yeah.
X-Men 97, the Konami beat 'em up,
Yeah.
rather
Yeah.
than MVC2, because MVC2 and all that, it really isn't. I mean, the X-Men are in it, and there's a couple, I guess they got like X-Men versus Street Fighter on it or whatever, but
Yeah.
it's not really X-Men. It's not like,
Yeah.
the animated series. I would say that the Konami beat 'em up is more akin to the animated series and stuff, if they really want to
Yeah.
get technical. But I'm like, I love the show so much. It's just so great that, like, I so for the first time in my life, I'm sitting here, since getting into this hobby on this level, Galaga guy. I'm sitting here like, I'm actually, like, thinking about getting it, not
That's
because
how they get
I
you.
care, not because I actually want it for the games. I mean, I've got tons of ways to play these games. I don't care about the games. It's like I just want to have the cabinet because I love the show, and I'm like, I think it'd be cool. I could put it. I like put it over here, and I got, and it's like, that would be awesome. And then I'm like, uh-oh. I'm like, PD7 is rubbing off on you now, Zod. You're thinking about getting it just for the look, you're not,
Yeah.
and I always said, if it's a cabinet I'm not really gonna play, these cost way too much money just to buy them, just to leave them sitting there, just to. But
Yeah.
I mean, but in the
Absolutely.
case of X-Men 97, I'm just like, I'm torn, because on the one hand, I think, I love that show so much, and it's just a way, like a support kind of a thing. Whereas on the other hand, I'm like, I don't know if it would really be worth it, because they really botched MVC2. And
Yeah.
if you're gonna want to play MVC2, it's fine if you want to play it offline, but if you want to go online, it's a nightmare experience. I know I sent back my
Yeah.
MVC2, just like you. I
Yeah.
sent mine back. I'll tell you, I played my MVC2 for less than an hour. It literally took me longer. It took me longer to assemble the cabinet than it did for me to play it, and realize that I've been bamboozled, and I realized I didn't want to have anything to do with it, and I took it back. I was just
Well,
smart enough
you're
to have gotten it from Walmart, so I didn't have a problem. I just, said, "Hey, let's return this," and yeah, got my money back
you
that day.
oh, well, you're smarter than me because I bought it and I built it and I was like, I don't like how this plays at all. But they kept saying online's coming, online's coming, online's coming. So I waited, what was it, 6 months? And it finally came, and I was so disappointed at that point in time. And I was like, "Are you kidding me? Like, this is awful." I even made that video. This is before YouTube. It was on Glenn's Facebook page, and I put it up there, and people were all having issues because the online, it just stunk. And now I kept it around because I had a couple people that I knew that liked to play it whenever they came over. They were fighter people, so they were like, "Oh, he's MVC2," so they would play it. But eventually, they even stopped playing it. They came over and they made me play one match, and they wouldn't even play with it. And I'm like, "Why am I keeping this thing around? Like, it's just sitting here doing absolutely nothing, and it just infuriates me every time I turn it on." And I just feel like I got, lack of a better term, screwed. That's what I feel like the whole time. I was like, man, I feel like you guys just screwed me so bad on this. Yeah, I wanted something different that people who liked fighting still could play in my arcade. May not be online, but still, great quality. And that's why whenever I found the Vuelix, I was like all on board for that because I'm like, I know I can make that. That's already great quality. I have a PC in it that I just put in it, and it runs like a
You're
dream.
smart.
So
You're a smart man.
yeah,
Yes, yes.
like,
I
yeah,
I I am I couldn't agree with you more. Like, we are in complete lockstep right now. Like that literally, to me, I was like, how do you advertise a cabinet as online out of the box, and then you don't make it function online for 6 months? You're just, no, no.
yeah,
You don't put
yeah.
out a game. You don't put out a game like MVC2 until you know that it can be played competitively online, because that's the main selling point of that game. And anybody who tells you it's not is lying flat out.
Yeah.
It's the only game that I would want specifically for playing online. Like, because I just think
Yeah.
it's so much fun to play with people, and it's such a missed opportunity. If there was one game they needed to get right, it was MVC2, and they botched it. And they were in a hurry to get it out, and they had all
Yeah.
the one-up shills telling us how great it was, and telling us
Yeah.
how, oh yeah, don't worry. I mean, they literally hoard out Justin Wong and had it made it seem like it was, like he's the greatest game beta tester of all time, and they had him praising the crap out of it. I was like, my God, are you kidding me? The
Yeah.
desperation was just insane. And I'm glad that I'm not the only one who had that experience, because I thought to
Yeah.
myself, I really wanted to love MVC2. I wanted it to be the greatest cabinet of all time. But like, we can go, if we want to play competitively, we can go on Fightcade and play it on
Yeah.
our PC and play it competitively, and it's great. You use your fight stick, and you got the right type of buttons and sticks, and you can do your thing, and you don't have that problem, and it's a great experience. It's very smooth, and
Yeah.
Fightcade is free. I mean,
Yep.
I don't understand, like how a company like Arcade One Up, they've sold like millions of arcades, right? And they can't get a game like that right. Like, to me,
Yeah.
I would love to see a company get the license that actually cares. Like, I'd love to see New Wave Toys or even Numbskull could you imagine? They get the license, and then they put out not only an authentic looking cabinet, but they actually put the time in to quality test, to get their
Yeah.
QA on point, and they give us like the perfect MVC2. I would give another company a chance. A lot of people are saying, well, because people are so burnt out on One Up and what they did, they might not give another company a chance. Arcade One Up's kind of ruined it for
Mm,
other companies, and I don't agree with that. I think if you
no.
get another company, especially what you and I have been talking about with Numbskull and New Wave Toys, they're known for putting out quality stuff. So
Yeah.
if they come out tomorrow and say, "Oh, we're putting out a Robotron, we're putting out a Cubert,
Oh man.
we're gonna do MVC2," those are like day one buys for most of us, because
Yes.
you're looking at it from the perspective of people that actually care about these games and actually want to play these games in the best quality presentation possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like the way I put it to my wife one night is we have a toilet that has two different flushes on it.
You're
Where
gonna
it's if you
say
go if
toilet
you go if you
paper.
go yeah, if you go pee, you just it's a
I
smaller
got
one. And
that's
if
what
you
I
go
got. I got the same
yeah.
thing.
So the first flush, whenever it first came out, the MVC2 cab, it was just like the little flush. And then you were like, okay, we'll give it another chance. Like now they're getting online and they're advertising online. This is going to be the greatest thing ever because they're online. And then it was like, that was the big flush button for me because it just sunk that whole thing down. I was like, dude. And they're like, well, if they don't have the right ping, or their ping is high or your ping is high, then it won't work. And even if you have it, you're still stuck in that desert background because we can't figure out how to put you in another level. But it's great. Like you now can get online, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like yeah, it just really that was one of the which I said this in my video because I have a video about me selling it. That's really whenever the thread on the sweater got pulled for a lot of people. Like they started looking around, like what are we actually buying here? Because it's getting old, there's so many promises that are made, so much money we're spending, and it just kind of yeah, I've that is one of the only cabs I've ever spent the full amount on what they charge on. That was MVC2. I usually never pay full price for anything. But that one I was like, they had that whole FOMO of like there's only going to be so many, like you got to buy it otherwise you'll never find it again. And so they create this whole FOMO around how great it's going to be. and I was severely disappointed in that one. So that was probably my least, uh, or my most, my biggest regret, I guess, of buying an arcade one up was that one. That'd probably be it. They're the ones I always have an understanding like this is never going to be good. I got it on sale, or I got it for cheap, or I already know the issues with it. I'm willing to either change it or live with it, kind of thing. But that one was so promoted to be like the perfection, and it just fell flat
YouTubers,
on its face.
this is the thing with me with that one. YouTubers YouTubers were basically uh skunk oil salesmen. They
Yeah.
they conned us. And after that
Yeah.
I stopped listening to a lot of these guys when it comes to these machines, because they were incentivized by one up to promote garbage and to push out stuff that they knew wasn't good.
Yeah.
It's like and that's where I say, credibility, your credibility is everything. And when you lose that credibility, a lot of people don't like me, GalagaGuy88, because I'm controversial. And I say, because tell it like it is. I don't sugarcoat anything. If I don't like you, I'm going to tell you I don't like you. If I think you're a scumbag, I'm going to point it out. If I think I'm being, misled, or a company is doing wrong, I'm going to point that out too, because I can't
Yeah.
be bought, and I don't believe in being dishonest with people. I feel like when you're a YouTuber and you have a platform and you have, thousands and thousands and thousands of subscribers, you have a duty to be honest. You have a duty to
Responsibility. Yep.
tell the truth. If you don't, what are you doing? Like, what are you gaining from, do peddling out this crap? Like, I'm going to give you like an example. And you mentioned new wave toy. I mean, My Arcade. You mentioned My Arcade a little earlier.
I
Did you
did. I don't remember my
did you
arcade. I
mention
might have.
did you mention My Arcade? My
I
Arcade, they make,
I'm pretty
they
far
make
into the drink. I may not remember.
okay, My Arcade, yeah, they make all the little, they make all the little,
Mhm.
the little arcade
Yeah.
versions of, the minis, and they make my favorite product of them is their NES, their any handheld NES clone system, the My Arcade Retro Champ, that literally
Yeah.
plays NES cartridges. You put it in there and you can
Fun.
literally play it handheld. It's my favorite product that they've ever put out. But recently they put out, like a few months back, they put out a Galaga
Oh,
machine
yeah.
with
With
a
the
flight stick, like kind of like
yeah.
the Tron
Yeah.
stick. And I thought it was the most goofy, gimmicky looking thing in the world, but I bought one because I just thought it looked cool. I thought it
Yeah.
looked awesome. And it's complicated to try and play Galaga like that, but it's
Mhm.
still a unique experience, and it has its own quirkiness to it, and I love it. And I thought to myself, I wouldn't mind seeing an actual cabinet like this,
Yeah.
just because it's so unique and
Yes.
gimmicky. I don't think they would sell a lot of them, but I just think like it's so unique and gimmicky that people would get a kick out of it. Like, and I didn't mind, like,
Yeah.
what do you spend? I think I got it on sale from Amazon for like 19.99 or something. I didn't pay a whole lot
Yeah.
for it. And it's just fun, and it was just a fun little thing. And I saw so many of these high profile home arcade YouTubers making videos about this thing, dogging it out, ripping it apart, talking about what crap it was. And I like threw up a little bit in my mouth, because I'm thinking, you're the same people that were out there touting MVC2 as being the greatest thing since sliced bread,
Yeah.
and talking about how great that was. That's a great product. But this little gimmicky, cute, cheap, fun device from My Arcade is something you decide to take all your ire out against. And that's something
Yeah.
I could never understand. I'm like, you're crapping all over this little, it's like $40 at most, and you're crapping
Yeah.
on this, but you're gonna pimp the hell out of a $700 arcade machine that doesn't even do what it says on the box that it's supposed to be able to do. So for me, I never could understand that. I'm like, this Galaga thing, I would rather have this Galaga monstrosity any day of the week over some garbage, MVC2. At least I'm not out
Yeah.
nearly $1,000 because I listened to a bunch of YouTubers who are supposed to be in the know. So I wanted to kind of get
Yeah.
your feelings on that. Like, I mean, do you see the double standard? And did you buy that Galaga that I
No, but for $20, I mean, I think that's the other thing too is, risk versus reward where, it's like, you spent $20 and it's garbage. You only spent $20. Like, who cares? $20 is not that big of a deal. For me, I think that I do think there's kind of I feel like everyone felt that way to a certain degree of what you're saying, where it's, we felt like we all got kind of duped in one way or another when it came to YouTubers and what they were saying about the product. I tried to be more neutral
yeah.
in my video about it, just so let people, you decide how you feel about it. Some people felt really one way or another. I tried to I unfortunately got caught up in the FOMO, so I can't say I was any wiser than anyone else when it came to it. Um, but I mean, I get what you're saying, where you can really feel that way from, looking at it like, all right, this thing is, obviously it's not meant to be this, authentic thing. But this thing that is supposed to be authentic, it was garbage, and you're kind of promoting that a lot. I feel like with them, they don't have as much to lose by crapping on something like that little Galaga thing. They're not in, they don't have any relationship with My Arcade or anything like that, but they did have a relationship with RK1 Up. And to me, I always feel like there's like this secret, like back room, like curtain thing that we don't know, like what was happening, what was said.
Of
Maybe
course
they,
there is. Yes.
yeah, yeah. And so it's like, I don't know if maybe they were promised certain things and they were said, hey, if you say this, like, this is what's really going to happen. And so they repeated what they heard, and then it turned out that wasn't the case. So I try to give people the benefit of the doubt, but I definitely have had my moments where I am very upset with certain YouTubers that promoted things, especially in VC2. Like, I was kind of upset, like, oh, this is like, I was
Yeah,
very
yeah.
upset. It really shook me.
Like I said, I've never returned anything so quickly in my life. I honestly, to me, that was just like, I found myself unsubscribing to so many YouTubers that night out of anger.
Yeah.
Unsub, unsub, unsub. Because to me, if like I said, your credibility is everything, and they all have, you know, over an overabundance of subscribers and overabundance of views. And I know there's a lot of them out there that, they may deny it, but I know there's a lot of them out there that buy subs and buy views, because here's the thing: there's no way that you have 300,000 home arcade subscribers. There's no freaking way. The community is not that big. The community is
No.
not that big, no matter what you say. Okay, there's literally, like, I think we got maybe 8 people watching this live. We're not getting a lot. You don't have thousands and thousands upon thousands of home arcade people devoted to this hobby
Yeah.
like this. Literally, almost everybody who's anybody in this home arcade community, we all know each other. That's what it
Yeah.
is. We all have interacted in some way. We've all, crossed paths in some way, because it's a small community. It's very
Yeah.
small. I
Well,
don't. So to me, I just feel like you've got to bring new people in. You've got to be honest. You've got to tell the truth. You've got to have integrity. And I like what you did with your video where you talked about MVC2. You were fair in
yeah.
spite of the fact. And what I love is, not only were you fair, you didn't like it, but you were fair enough to where,
Yeah.
the idea is, I want, I want you as a consumer to
Yeah.
make up your mind and decide for you
Yeah.
if it's right for you. Now, if you want to
Yeah.
play it online, it's probably not the best direction to go in. But if you
No.
but if you just want to play it offline and you don't really care and you like the look of it, whatever, that's fine. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
But when it's being touted as something that it isn't, that's false advertising. And that was one of the first times I felt like the community could have had like a class action suit against One Up for their
Yeah.
for their false advertising, for their just for the lies and the utter the utter dreck that we got with regards to that specific cabinet. And then there was the whole controversy about how they were using open source emulators for
Oh yeah.
MVC2, and they weren't giving any credit to the main developers and the people that had actually developed the software to run it. And they didn't have a they didn't have a license to do that. They didn't do it right. So
Yeah.
there was a lot of shady stuff that went on with MVC2, and I, for one, am personally glad that I do not have that cabinet. I actually,
So
and that's the one thing that's got me like, that's the other thing that's got me like, no, I'm probably not going to buy the X-Men 97 just because
I was
it's
gonna I was
tainted.
gonna ask you. Gonna be like, so you're gonna buy the X-Men 97 then?
Yeah, yeah,
I
no.
was thinking too with that X-Men 97. What a risk that is it Disney or whoever took, because a lot of their new stuff that comes out that's revamping old stuff.
It's
Usually it's
crap.
horrible.
It's
Yeah.
crap.
So it's like, you
It-
would have put this in an arcade. I was like, what if this ends up being terrible? No one wants it.
it's crap. It's utter crap. This is like the literal, like, a broken clock is right twice a day. This is what it
Yes.
is. Like, where like I watch X-Men, and I say, I watch X-Men 97 and I say to myself, okay, if they can do this, then why is the majority of their other stuff such garbage?
Yeah.
Why didn't they follow this template? Like, this is literally all anybody could ever ask for. Like, if you're a fan of X-Men, you're not going to be disappointed with this. This is something that
Yeah.
you're literally going to be like, this is what I've been waiting for. This is better than I could have dreamed it would be. Like what are we talking about? Like, there's no, in other words, with this, it has no right to be as good as it is. And
Yeah.
Dark Realm Gaming wants to know what you're drinking, GalagaGuy88. I kind of want to know too.
Uh, water. Like, no, I'm kidding. No, some Jameson and ginger ale. It's
Oh
actually quite
wow.
good. Yeah, my neighbor, he got me onto it, and we actually, the first time, one of the first times we really talked, he was like, "Hey, you like drinking a little bit?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Well, come into my house and let's have a drink." And he's nicest guy ever. Him and his wife, they're super super nice people.
That's a
So
hell of a
he kind of,
way to do a conversation. You like
yeah,
drinking?
yeah. He's like, "You ever tried Jameson ginger ale?" And I was like, "No, I don't think I have." And he was like, "Come on over, come on in here." Like, and I was like, "All right, cool. Like, I'll have a drink with you." So I went over there and had a drink, and yeah, he's a really nice guy. So I always like people. That's one of the reasons why I have my arcade, is because I like to invite people over, and I love being around people and just socializing. That's kind of um,
I,
but
I I think you're onto something with that, with the arcade, man, because I will say this: anytime I've ever had, I ever have any company over, friends, family, girlfriends, whatever, the arcades always stick out. They're always a great
mhm,
conversation starter. Like, you can, especially what I like to do if I know I'm going to have company, is like, I like to have them all turned on, just have
mhm,
them on, as like attraction. And it's like, it always really, especially if you're in a situation where, it's like awkward for conversation and you don't really know what you're going to talk about right away. Whenever you turn those things on, there's nothing like it. Like, the
yep,
conversations you get, like the discussion. Like, I had met this one woman who, like, she'd come over, we were hanging out, we'd gone on a date, and she came over and she saw the arcade machines, and she liked them, and she's like, they're all completely unique. They're all different. She was so fascinated, like, because I've got the MVSX, then I've got the iArcade, the original iArcade, where it has those speakers on the front and the big, and then I have a Mortal Kombat, original Mortal Kombat machine that Bobby Vu had built for me. And so she was so fascinated by how different and unique each one was. And she was like, "Oh, do you mind if I play?" And I'm like, "No, be my guest. Play whatever you like." And that extended the,
Yeah.
like, I was just, to
Yeah.
me, it's like when you have something like that, that's a conversation start. And this is how I know we're in a really, like, unique community. It's niche and small, but then at the end of the day, it's like when you have the ability to play, to have these machines, you realize just how, you realize that it's not very common. Like home
Yeah.
arcades, to us, because we talk about this stuff every day. This is, we're into this stuff. But to, like, the average person, most people don't have a bunch of these in their place.
Yeah.
Most people, if you go somewhere and you see somebody, it's probably more rare. You'd go over to a friend's house and you'd see he's got like a Pac-Man, he or she, they've got like a Pac-Man in the corner or something. They might have one, but like when you have us, where it's like, yeah, we've basically turned our living space into a freaking arcade. It's like it's like a very interesting conversation piece, and it never
Yeah.
gets boring, because
Nope.
every single one of your cabinets, always remember this, Galaga guy, every single one of your cabinets has a story.
Yep. Absolutely.
So you can literally turn each cabinet into a completely lengthy, separate conversation that will be of interest to somebody who's never seen them before or has all these
Yeah.
questions. It is so awesome. Like,
Yeah. And
I
and two, I always think too, because we invite people over that have kids ranging from like 2 or 3 year olds all the way up to, like 17, 16, 17 year olds, and we have our Pizza Hut stories that we always have, so it's almost like that's pretty funny. It's like I feel in a way like I'm creating their first arcade experience too, because they may end up remembering this, like, oh hey, like I remember going over to this guy's house and going down
Right,
to his
right,
boiler
like,
room.
the date will always be memorable because
Yeah,
she came over and she's seen these arcades and got to play them
yeah,
and got interested, and then had nostalgia and wanted to play one herself and got one herself later on.
yeah,
It's like a chain. You're starting a chain, and you're doing,
yeah,
again, yeah, like you said, you're creating a memory for someone that's
hmm,
positive, that can be
yeah,
reinforced positively. And
yeah,
I it's for me, it's really fascinating because, you know, I don't I never actually looked at them as like conversation pieces like that.
yeah,
But I realize now that, yes, yeah, they are, and they're not repellent, to
yeah,
people. People don't get turned off. They get fascinated because because it's not something you normally see when you walk into somebody's place. And
yeah,
I'm I'm just
yeah.
yeah, I'll play with you. Yeah, it's fun. Like, I'll tell you another story. Like, I have, I have a nephew that's really into retro games. He loves retro games and stuff. And
Awesome.
so I was like, I wanted to give him something that I thought, he would get a kick out of and he would enjoy. And his father and mother will take him to, we'll take him. My sister will take him to, like an arcade, to like a Dave and Buster's or something. He's like 16 now, 17. Well, I had the Defender Partycade, the Catalina wine mixer, of Arcade
you
One Up, and I gave it to my
yeah,
nephew as a gift,
you gave it.
and he loves it.
Well, that's good.
He plays it every day. He literally
Mhm.
tells me, he says, "Uncle, my favorite game on there." He's like, I love to play Tapper, Bubbles, Sinistar. I mean, he loves it. He plays it all the time, and I couldn't feel happier because see, I had the Defender
Yeah.
Party Cade, and it was just sitting. It was just sitting in front of me. I really wasn't playing it because all the games that
Yeah.
the one that Bobby Vu built me was a multi-cade and it has thousands and thousands of games on it. And most of the games that, well, all of them probably are on the multi-cade that Bobby built me. So
Yeah.
if I'm going to play them, I usually, most of the stuff I play on there, I had the Defender Partycade, admittedly, just because I liked the way it looked. I was following PD7's train of thought. I loved the way that it looked. But to be able, to pass that joy on to another generation, someone
Absolutely.
who I know is going to love it and is going to cherish it and is going to think about it positively. I mean, again, this starts the chain, man, because then when he
Yeah.
gets older and he has kids of his own and that's going to be a memory that he's going to pass. It's all beautiful, man. It all
Yeah.
to me, I was thinking, man, this is how we're going to keep this hobby alive, man. This is
And that's
the way it's going to
I
go.
I think that's why I do give credit to One Up for resparking that for a lot of people and being able to do like you're saying, pass it on down. I mean, I have a Pong pub table, and every time we have people over, Warlords is like the game of the night every single time. And I think, how many kids, because we have a 10-year-old that absolutely loves that game. Every time he comes over, he like has to play it. He has to get 4 people together and play it with them. And I'm like, what other time would he have been able to play Warlords and have a good time playing it and be with other people? It's like this is going to be his memory, is like he loves this game. So it's always something that's kind of like, I don't know, leaves a special feeling in your heart whenever you see kids enjoying, the old games that you used to like too growing up. So it's just
Oh
awesome, man.
yeah. I mean, and I'm like, and so I asked him, I just seen him like this past weekend for a family thing. And I said to him, I said, hey, do you ever play? I said, you told me what your favorite games are. I said, you ever play Defender? Because like Defender's the marquee game. So I asked him,
Yeah.
Defender. He's like, every once in a while. He says, but I'm not very good. He's like, I'm not very good at Defender. I'm like, fair enough. I said, I was never ever any good at Defender either.
Oh yeah,
It's
man.
like, yeah, but as far as like on that party cade, the control scheme is completely accurate to Defender.
Yeah.
Like it's totally and to this day that's another one kind of like the Tron cabinet that people are like, well, if they were to re-release that, I'd get on it right away because it's very, it's something that
Yeah.
it's one of the best. I consider it to be one of the best, if not the best cabinet that Arcade One Up has ever put out. And I couldn't
Yeah.
have been happier to pass it on to my nephew.
Yeah, and they didn't really talk about it much either. And I remember Bill's Retro Show, he did a review of it, and I was like, "Oh yeah, just another party cade or whatever." And then I watched his review, and I was like, "Holy crap! Like this thing is really cool! Like why is no one talking about this?" And like by the time people realized, I think it was like gone from existence. Like no one really like understood how great that partycade was, because I don't feel like Arcade One Up really talked about it. It went on QVC for like $125, so it got on sale, I think, and they got a lot of their stock out that way, and that was just kind of the end of it. I mean, I really wish I would have got one though. I do see people. There's one guy who's willing to give one up around here for $450 is what he wants for it, or
Oh,
he'll
you're
take an
talking
At
about
Games
Defender?
Legends.
You're talking
Yeah,
about the
the
Defender
partycade.
Partycade? Oh,
Yeah, yeah, he wants $450 for it, or he'll trade for an At Games Legends Ultimate. That's what his deal is. He's like, "Oh, well, if you want to give me an At Games Legends Ultimate," and I'm like, no thanks. I'm not, I like it, but not
like
$450 like it."
good luck, dude. Good luck with
Yeah,
that. Like I was because I was showing my nephew like that all the prices it was going for on eBay and stuff, and I'm like, look,
yeah,
look at this. I'm like, look at this. Somebody wants $700 for this thing, $1,000 for it. I'm like, who's gonna pay for it? And he was like, and he looked at me and he looked at me and he's like, basement dwellers. And I'm like, yeah, basement dwellers. Because here's the thing, man. You're my thing is it's like I was telling you earlier. I don't buy things to turn around and flip them. I gotta have an
Yeah.
incentive, because if I buy it, it's something I want to keep. It's something I want to have in my collection, or it's
Yeah.
something that I might want to pass on later on. But I don't really want to sell the stuff. And for me,
Yeah.
I look at these insane prices for like Tron and the Defender Party Kit, and I say to myself, "You've got to be kidding me." There's
Yeah.
nobody in their right mind who's going to give you an At Games Legends Ultimate for the Party Kit. Seriously,
I know.
there's like, I think there's like 10 games, 10, 12 games on it. I can't remember all the games that are on it, but like At Games, what you can At Games Legends
Yeah.
Ultimate goes on sale often enough to where the guy
Yeah.
could probably get a pretty reasonable deal and just buy it outright. I think I've, I've seen it for less than $400 before.
Yes.
And
Yeah, absolutely.
and then they also have that mini one that constantly goes on sale for like $200. And it's the same as it's essentially the same as the Ultimate. It's just smaller. It's just more like a
Yeah.
3/4 scale, because the Legends Ultimate is a massive cabinet. It's
Yeah.
huge. And but for me with At Games, I got the Legends Gamer Pro. I got the deck, and
Oh, nice.
and I just, play, I put coin ops on it, and I play it, I play it from time to time. But I mean, I got a decent PC, and like I said, I got enough cabinets. I don't really have any desire to invest in any additional cabinets. And so for me, it's like, once you have everything that you really want to play, you're kind of out of it as far as buying anything else goes. And that's great. I think there's a ceiling. There's a ceiling on nostalgia for some of us. I
Yes.
really because if I can play whatever I want, I'll do it. Like, my biggest thing with Arcade One Up, my biggest problem with Arcade One Up was when the iArcade, had Dragon's Lair as a pack-in
Mm,
game, and I can go and I can turn on my iArcade. I'm keeping my iArcade. I'm not getting rid of it. I don't care that the company's defunct. All the games on it that I have on it are good, and I've got the ability to mod it if I want to. But I'm thinking right now I'm just going to keep it stock because I like what's on it. So every time I want to play, I hear people talking about Dragon's Lair and the Dragon's Lair cabinet from One Up. Anytime I ever get the urge to play Dragon's Lair, I just boot it up on the iArcade. I don't care
I think
if I
it's
want. If I want to play the game, it gets some play.
right there.
You got a Dragon's Lair. Listen.
Yes.
But that was my thing. I couldn't, because I have an iArcade and Dragon's Lair was the pack-in game. Was a pack-in game. I couldn't justify buying a Dragon's Lair cabinet. To me, I was just like, for what?
Yeah.
I can play it. I don't need to. But then that's, again, it's not about, whether you can play the game or not. It's about the look. It's about the aesthetic. It's about having that authenticity. And then I question that a lot with Arcade One Up, because I say, well, when you think about it, it's not exactly authentic. It doesn't look
Yeah.
100% authentic to the original. So your authenticity argument varies from cabinet to cabinet. You're really not
Yeah.
going to convince anybody that if you're buying it for authenticity, and it's like, I don't know. I guess because it's a little more faithful to, like, did you get an iArcade, or were you
Um,
not? You're
I
not.
was going to get one, whenever they went on sale right before they like crashed. Like, cause then they
Okay.
go down to like they went down to like 200 and like it was like 250 or $300, and I was like, oh man, I wanted to get one, but then um honestly, who talked me out of it was Console Fanboy whenever he was still around, because I got a Switch, Intech Switch deck, and I could put a Switch in it, and I put that on my cabinet, and everything that they'd come out with, I was like, I can just buy it on my Switch because that's what Console Fanboy says. So that's what I would do. Like, that was the one thing he like kind of steered me right on. I was like, I can buy most of these games on Switch, and it's less money. So I end up having I had an Intech switch deck, and I put a switch, hooked that up to it, and that's what I would use a lot of times. But I do know that I feel like arcades buttons and sticks were better, obviously, than the Intech deck, even though Intech deck is still
Oh
good.
yeah.
Yeah, but what I've heard is like it was probably one of the best setups besides the screen. The screen was messed up, a little bit on the first one, but as far as really, it's something that I think Arcade One Up should have cashed in on once they flopped, is getting a machine you can just buy games and download onto it. I'm like, why have you not done this yet? But yeah, especially if it's like Street Fighter and you're like, "Oh, we don't wanna pay the money to have to, do a whole Street Fighter Alpha cab."
I agree with you.
Yeah,
I always thought that would be the best model that they could do.
yeah,
Like come out with a arcade one up multicade
yeah,
where you're allowed to buy whatever games they have the licenses to.
yeah,
And you would log in and you would go to like a store. There'd be a storefront and you could purchase anything you wanted and they'd be reasonably priced and you could have, and that would have been the way. But they're in the business of the look of selling you,
yeah,
of constantly selling you a unit. And to me, I think that's a mistake, especially now, because they've really
yeah,
slowed down on their releases. And like you said, having something like that would really open up the market to them because they had all the licenses.
yeah,
Whereas that
yeah,
was
I
the
mean,
problem with iArcade. iArcade couldn't get any of the big licenses. They would have they would have the smaller licenses. Honestly, man, I was surprised Double Dragon was a pack-in game. I was like,
yeah,
really? I mean, I'm like, that's pretty great out of the gate. Just I love Double Dragon. So for me, I'm like, that's great. I play that all the time. So I'm like, that's perfect, that's on there. And then, Dragons. So you had a lot of some pretty decent, halfway decent games on the iArcade. iArcade wasn't all bad, but to me, I just feel like you know, because Arcade One Up had the money, had the licenses, why not cash in on that? I mean,
yeah,
it could have been just a standard, what it could have been, and it was an idea I had. Like, could have been just like a standard black cabinet with just an Arcade One Up logo on it, and you could, and yeah, if you wanted to change out the artwork or stuff, you could skin it yourself, whatever. But it wouldn't have been anything fancy, and then it would have just been, you go on and you purchase the games you want.
yeah, and then too, I know people say, obviously licensing is an issue and stuff like that, but if you had even the same companies, like here's your Namco like multi-cade cab. Anything Namco that we get licenses for, you can either buy the arcade or you can buy just the game and put it on our multi-cade. And this one could be our Konami one. And you can buy the actual arcades for this, or you can buy this game for. I mean, they could even have made money that way, just so people had an option to just download the new games and licenses that they got instead of having to buy a whole new cab. I mean, there's a lot of ways to go about it, and I feel like unfortunately it's like taken a turn, and I'm not saying they're gonna like go away completely, but I feel like unless something changes drastically, they'll be gone probably within a year or two. Like maybe not depleted, but they won't be selling arcades anymore or anything. They'll be selling, junk items or whatever.
Claw machines,
Yeah, they were selling claw machines.
well, and here's the thing: space is at a premium too.
Yeah.
Even diehards that like these, like I said, I've got all the machines I want. I'm not buying any more. Even people that have, 20, 30 cabinets are getting to the point where they're running out of space. You only have so much space. So the reality is that eventually it comes to a point of, is it worth keeping all of these machines, or do you upgrade? You sell some to be able to get more, to keep a rotation. And then it's like you're an arcade operator because you're just rotating machines in and
Yes.
out, and you're doing all this. And I was I got to the point where I said, I really think that not only is this hobby super expensive, but it's super addictive. And it's one of those things that uh, it's one of those things that I have a hard time recommending that people get into, especially
Yeah.
now. Like I had somebody come to me, they're like, Zod, you're into this arcade thing. You have a lot of arcades. What do you? I mean, where do you think I should start? Do you think I should get one of these arcade one ups? And the funny part is, I usually end up recommending to people if they just want a nice all-in-one solution. I usually recommend people buy at games.
Yeah.
Get the Legends Ultimate or the Legends Ultimate Mini, because you can put coin ops on it and you can have all access to all the games you want to
Oh,
play.
yeah. I mean, you can go on to Etsy and people sell those thumb drives with coin ops, and you just stick them in there, and you have 8,000 games.
You have
And
8,000
you know,
games if you're good. You can or you can do it yourself,
yeah,
and you don't
yeah,
have, because I made my own thumb drives. I actually did
yeah.
specific thumb drives for, I did the arcade, the sauce one for arcade for coin ops. Then I did one for, console games for Super Nintendo, for NES, for Sega. Like you can really, I mean, you have so many options. And then the other thing you can do with that games is you can connect a PC, or you can connect a Raspberry Pi, and you can have you can have all these things where, I mean, you can connect your consoles. You can
Yeah.
even connect uh the newest thing for me is the virtual time capsule, which is a virtual reality version of the arcade. That a
Mhm.
guy, he made this virtual reality program where you literally walk in, and it's like being in an actual arcade. And
What?
he has got some of the marquee machines. I mean, this guy has got, like, you walk in, and I mean, you got the big 6-player X-Men machine right in front of you. You walk in, and it looks so realistic, and it's so high
Wow.
quality that you can literally see the fingerprints on the machine, and you can see the CRT is kind of fading a
Yeah.
little bit. It is so realistic. It's unfreaking believable. And the thing
Oh,
is,
man.
you can use your at games with this. You got your VR. You can connect it to your VR, and you can use the at games deck to play the game. So
Oh,
when you're literally in VR and you're walking up to these machines, you're standing in front of the VR machine, and uh you're looking at actual you're looking at the actual arcade. And it is so, I mean, have you had any experience with VR?
um, I haven't. I really want to get a MetaQuest 3 because of how everyone's talking about it so much with the walk around golf and things like that. That's what everyone's been kind of playing lately. The only VR I've really experienced is in. We actually went to a modern arcade on our vacation, which those are not what I remember an arcade being like. But they did have a virtual reality like gun shooter game, and I'm hoping that the MetaQuest isn't like what I experienced because I got sick within like 5 minutes. I was like about ready to like throw up because I was like, this is I don't know what it was with the motions, but I don't know if something you have to get
Oh,
used to.
you were getting motion sickness?
Oh yeah, I was after 5 minutes, I had to like put it down. I'm like, dude, I'm already throw up. Like it was getting bad. Like I don't know what it was about it. So now I'm kind of scared to get a MetaQuest, because I'm like, what if I spend that money and I'm just like sick after like 5 minutes? So that's
Yeah.
kind of been my experience with VR. But the things I've seen, like there's other YouTubers that I watch and they have it going on. I mean, it's just amazing all of the different things you can get into, different worlds you can go into. I've seen even like movie theaters you can go to watch movies that are
Oh,
just
yeah,
out.
I use
Like,
that all the time too. That's a lot of fun as well. Yeah.
yeah, you just go in, you sit down. It's like you're in a real movie theater. It just feels like something I would love to get into. I played Beat Saber before too. I know that's a popular one. That one I didn't do too bad with that one, but I don't know if there's just something in my head where I just don't like the motion, and I'm hoping maybe if I get an actual MetaQuest, it would kinda go away, but, um,
I think you would
yeah,
get
that's my
used
experience.
to I think you would get used to it, because you could set it. You know what it is? You got to set it to to your eyes. You can calibrate
Okay.
it to your eyes, and that could be a thing too. That could be the reason why you get the motion sickness if you don't have it set up the way you need it to. You gotta kind of tailor it to you, to what you're into. And when you
Yeah, I could just tell my wife, like, "I need to buy a MetaQuest 3 so I go to a fake arcade and play a Galaga." She'll be
I
like,
It's so funny. It's so funny. It's so funny you mentioned that because that's one of the games in the virtual. That's one of the arcade cabinets that I go to all the time in the virtual time capsule. I go to the Galaga cabinet because it is
it's
so authentic. It's so like you are just it is such a great experience. In fact, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to pull this up here so that you can kind of get a little bit of an example of what I'm talking about here. I want to share this with
absolutely.
you because I'm excited, and any chance I get to gush about the virtual time capsule, I'm going to do it because I use it a lot, and it's it's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
So let's take a look here to give you
Holy moly.
an idea what I'm talking about, so you know that I'm not just blowing smoke up your butt here. This is this is one of the floors here of what and this is going to give you an idea of what you can expect as far as authenticity goes.
Oh
Uh,
my gosh, dude. I'm immediately impressed with this. This is so cool.
and yeah, I don't think you I think a lot of what what people don't realize is just how much of an authentic experience that it is. Like, it is very authentic, and you can use any controls that you have. You can use anything that like you use your VR controls to insert your coin, because you walk up to the machines and you insert your coins. But then you can connect it, like if you have like a gamepad or a fight stick or basically any kind of controls that you want, you can configure to the arcade so that you can play it in as authentic of a of an experience
You
as possible. And to
you
me,
may have just sold me on this because this is
oh yeah,
wow. I can't
I want
even.
to see if there's some. I want to see if he'll get to the Galaga here. But there's multiple floors here. Look, all of the floors except the floors that are grayed out, but they're full of machines. And the guy is going to be adding. He's a friend of mine, Half Deck. He's going to be adding more machines. Uh, you know, um, as time goes on with future updates. Right now, he's on update 2.0.2, and I mean, it's such a fun experience. There's literally 80s and 90s music playing in the background. And so when you walk in, you actually have the authentic arcade experience. And then you can go up to any game you want to play. I mean, and you talk about the ambiance and the look, the carpeting,
Yeah,
the freaking
the carpet.
atmosphere. When multiplayer becomes a thing on this, it is going to be insane, because when I have the ability to say, "Hey, GalagaGuy88, let's go to the arcade, bro,"
That's
and we can go into the arcade and actually, experience this stuff together and play multiplayer, it's going to be wonderful. This is what I was
oh
telling,
my
this is
gosh.
what I was telling, my nostalgia power brethren, PD7. It was one of those things where, PD7, Mike, and Jester Tester. Like, I'm like, guys, this is the future. This is the way. No need to have, you know, 36 arcades in your house, because you can just put on the goggles and you can walk into authentic arcade. You got all these candy cabs, you got all this stuff. I'm
Oh
seeing a lot of
man, that
people
is
in the chat mentioning your wife, Burger Time Baby.
yeah.
It's her birthday today.
No, it's not her birthday today. I don't know what. why she's saying that, but
No,
if it is her,
Dark said, oh, happy Friday, not happy birthday.
oh, I was like, I don't think it's her
Read.
birthday. I think it's May
I can't read. I'm
1st.
I'm over here. I can't read. I'm over here getting intoxicated by
Yeah.
there's the X-Men, the six
Oh
player.
my gosh, dude, this is amazing. Yeah,
Uh,
but my wife is pretty cool. I mean, I started these out in one bedroom, then I moved to two bedrooms, and now it's the whole basement is these things. So my wife is very very
well,
awesome when it comes to it.
shout out to Burger Time, babe. That is awesome.
Yes,
That is
yes,
awesome
and
that your wife is so supportive of the hobby. It's
yeah,
beautiful.
because and honestly, sometimes I'm like, I don't know if I can afford this. Like maybe we should. And she's like, just do it. And I'm just like, wait a minute. Like I'm the one who has to pump the brakes a lot. Like she's like,
Okay,
just buy it. It's fine. And I'm like, no. Like
but you see how this changed. This changed everything for me. Because I'm like, I'm done. I don't need anything else. I can literally go into this arcade anytime and play whatever the hell is here, whatever I want to play, and it's a great experience. And I don't have to I don't have to add any more arcades to my apartment.
that is awesome. Have you been to like a modern day like arcade like lately? Have you like do you go out and try to find different arcades at all? Or are you pretty good with just your virtual stuff?
Well, I have, I do like, Galloping Ghosts is not
Oh
too
yeah.
far, is not all that far from me. I'm in Illinois, and Galloping Ghosts is in Brookfield. It's not too far. It's a huge arcade. There's tons and tons of machines, and whenever I go to Galloping Ghosts, I spend the entire day there because
Dude,
it's
I'm super jealous because that would be because well, I mean we have some in Columbus because I live in Ohio and they have quite a few there. But it's nothing compared to Galloping Ghosts. And we went to, like I said, on our vacation to a modern day one, and it was just I was so disappointed because it was almost like a cash grab every single one. It's like, oh, you win tickets, everything. That's all it was. There wasn't any like what I consider real arcade machines there. It was just a lot of those like oh, you win tickets here, skee ball, like those games,
check out those CRTs, man. These
dude.
are the CRTs look authentic as heck, bro. Like, you want to talk about like authenticity. I mean, for real. It doesn't get any better. Like, you're standing in front of it, and you're literally seeing, the reflections from the other cabinets in the room, and it's just a beautiful experience.
Oh man,
I want to
yeah,
see
I'm
it.
gonna have to.
He's going to get into the
It might
Galaga.
end up saving
Now
me
you
money
can
in
get
the end.
you could get a Quest 2 and still have this experience. I have a Quest 2. You don't necessarily need to get a Quest 3, and a Quest 2 is actually less expensive. It's only I think it's
There's
like
the
a couple
Galaga
$100 now. There you go. Yeah, that's what I was. Oh, that's
Joust.
Joust. Yeah,
Yeah,
Joust is there, and he's got there's Turtles in Time.
Miss Pac-Man. I see that too. See, I even have like a is it what's it called? Mayflower? Is that what it's called? It's the deck that I use like whenever I'm playing. I'll use that sometimes whenever I'm doing like Tekken or something or Street Fighter on my Xbox. I'll use that. So technically, if that would work with this, that would be
Uh-oh,
amazing.
looks like Burger Time Babe is on board.
See, this is the problem. She's
Uh,
like, just spend the money. Just spend the money.
now this is exactly, but see, again, this is what changed the hobby for me, and this just became available a couple months ago, and it has literally changed everything as far as I'm concerned. Like, it's a game changer because he's going to continue to add more cabinets. He's working on multiplayer, and you've already got, I think there's something a total so far of I think around, I want to say around 200 cabinets, close to 200 cabinets.
Wow.
uh but
And you can go in here with your friends. Like everyone can come in here. Like,
that's what they're working on.
okay.
He's working on multiplayer. So for now, it's just one player. You walk in, and you can pretty much do whatever you want. You have the whole arcade to yourself. but you
Could
still
you imagine
you
just
have
being
that atmosphere. You got the 80s and 90s music playing in the background. You've got your controller of choice, and you can just walk up to any machine you want and have at it.
Could you imagine just getting a group together and being like, yeah, because they do that with Walkabout Golf. A lot of them do. Just be like, hey guys, we're gonna head to the arcade, Saturday night. Like, let's go. Everyone get together and we're gonna, just play whatever we want to play. Like that would be so cool, man. Like this is amazing. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
You've shown me something, Zod. You've really opened my eyes. Like before,
that's
I was
what I'm
like, oh
trying to
yeah,
do.
I don't know
That's,
about that stuff. Now I'm like, woo,
that's
that's
what I'm
pretty
trying
darn
to do.
cool.
For me, this is what VR was invented for. For me.
Yeah, even
I,
the marquee here as he's playing, like even the marquee looks awesome.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's very authentic. When you get, I can say this with absolute certainty. Seeing it in video like this, as good as it looks on video like this, it doesn't do it justice. When you are in it and you are actually walking around, it is literally indistinguishable from if you were to go to a real arcade and you were to walk around and you were to see these machines. You will walk up to them and you will be like, my God, man. You'll be like, look at that. Look at you can even see like the imperfections on the walls and it's like it has that real, you can almost smell the arcade. That's how there's your Galaga. You can almost
Yeah,
smell it. It's so freaking immersive. Like it's hard to, yeah, there we go. There we go. That's what I wanted.
yeah,
I
there
got
we
I got
go.
I got GalagaGuy88 here tonight. This was my mission. This was my mission right
Yes.
here. GalagaGuy88.
You can even see the reflections on the marquee when he's looking around, dude. That is awesome.
Yeah. Look at
Like
that.
the
There you go.
reflections from like the other arcades around him. That is
Yeah,
just too
yeah.
cool, man.
Yeah, there it is. There's your game. This is, mission accomplished with late night Q&A tonight. Look at this. Look at
Yeah.
this. This is what I'm saying. Forget
What's the high
having
score on there?
forget having a house full of these machines when you can literally put the goggles on, invest in a nice, controller or fight stick, and have a great time and just go.
Yes.
When multiplayer comes, it's going to be
Oh
game
man.
over for everything because that's what we're going to do. This is what Saturday nights are going to be about.
Could you imagine having a nostalgia power episode where y'all are just in an arcade? Like in a
Yes.
virtual
Yes.
arcade? Like that would be
Could you imagine an Arcades Anonymous episode with you and all the 17 other panelists? Could you imagine? The group hanging out in an arcade like this? I mean, come on, dude. Doesn't get
Yeah,
any better. Look at all these levels. It's so wonderful.
yeah,
Sinistar,
it is.
one of my favorite cabinets. He's got a Defender over there. There's the Tempest. Wow, look at that. I I mean,
Oh my
I
gosh.
just look at the accuracy of the vector monitor. I just
Dude, it is. Okay. I may have to get one of these and I'll be like, "Hey, what is this? Like, how do I get this downloaded? Like, because I'm gonna be playing this all the time."
I will help you. You just message me when you get your headset. I'll tell you what you need. You basically, if you get a Quest 2, buy a Quest 2 and buy a link cable because you got to connect it to your PC. So you got to have
Okay.
you got to have a halfway decent PC. If you want to do it wirelessly, you got to buy a program on the Quest called uh, Virtual Desktop, and that'll
Mhm.
be better because then you don't need the link cable. I use Virtual Desktop, and it's completely wireless, so you can connect, and
Okay.
it's really wonderful. So I'll help you, man. I'll definitely walk you through when you get the headset if you really want to do this because it's amazing.
Yeah.
Mario Brothers. I mean, these Nintendo cabinets. It's worth it for the Nintendo cabinets alone. I just
Yeah, because we'll never see those through Arcade One Up or anyone else.
Well, no, Nintendo would actually have to put those out themselves. And that's what I think would happen if if Nintendo wanted to destroy Arcade One Up, that's all they would have to do is put out official Nintendo three
Oh
quarter
yeah,
scale arcade cabinets. It'd be game over.
absolutely.
Dark Realm Gaming says GalagaGuy88, you are the man because you have a beautiful wife that loves you very much. That's way better than any arcade one up you may desire. So there's no need for you to be jealous, buddy.
Oh, thank you. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Very, very nice of you to say. This does make
Look
me
at this.
rethink things.
Honestly, this does really make me rethink things. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I like I said, this changed the hobby for me. This was just like I'm like, okay, okay. I mean, even without multiplayer, it's like just being able to go into an arcade like this at any time and do whatever, play whatever you want. I mean,
So, play devil's advocate. What would PD7 say about it? Would he be like, I still need to have that feeling. Do you think this would cover his feelings of the arcade?
PD7 Phil, I think are you still in the chat, Phil? If you're in the chat, you can answer that question. I don't know. I mean, we did a whole nostalgia power episode where I pretty much gushed about this, like I'm doing with
Yeah.
you right now, because I'm trying to get as many converts as possible. This is, to me, this is the evolution of the home arcade for me, because it's all there
So
for
you're
you. You don't need to.
there's even the change machine, man. Look at the
Yeah,
change machine.
yeah, yeah. Check that out. Look at the
So
detail.
you're shilling for this? Is what you're saying? You're shilling for
I'm
this?
shilling for this. I'm shilling for this in the way that those home arcade YouTubers were shilling for MVC2. The difference is I'm actually showing you proof of what you're seeing, and what you're seeing is actually believing. You're actually getting what you see, rather than listening to them tell you what is
Hoping for the
not.
best.
Yeah, hoping for the best, like, oh well, yeah, you can kind of play it online. I again, I don't know what people are, what people's expectations are. I mean, some people will always prefer, well, no, man, I want to have like 39 of these in my house. It's like, okay, well, that's cool, but I mean, here you don't have to do any of that. You don't have any.
I'm I'm one of those fools who still would want 39 in my house plus be able to play this.
Well, I mean, like I told you earlier, man, I'm not getting rid of any of the ones that I have. I'm just
Yeah.
This is just something that when I want to go in and I want to have that actual authentic arcade feel, and I don't have time to go all the way to Galloping Ghosts. This is the next best thing, and you don't even have to leave the house. You just put the glasses,
Yeah.
the goggles on, and you're there. The goggles. It's an incredible experience. I just don't. I've beat what are the games I've beat on it so far. I beat X-Men. I beat Captain America and the Avengers. I beat Macross. What other game did I beat on there? I played Street Fighter Alpha 3. I came pretty close to beating not Street Fighter Alpha 3, Street Fighter 3, Third Strike. What else? There's so many, man. And then there's all the candy cabs, and you're just this is the candy cabs are a lot of the candy cabs are going to end up being in future updates are going to end up getting replaced with some of them with the actual cabinets.
Okay.
Like there's some of them that he put out that he put in candy cabs that he'll eventually uh switch out. But it's so cool though, like the whole environment, the whole you know
You can really feel the love he put into it. Like just from what I'm seeing, like he's someone who's really because he could have just put candy cabs and everything, just didn't, 200 candy cabs, and that would have been it. But he wants every single arcade, it looks like, to be as authentic as possible. So
Yes.
that to me just really shows he's like, I want everyone to really experience this.
Dude, these change machines take me back to the arcade of every golf and stuff around California. When I was younger, I would stand in front of a change machine and say, "Dude, what kind of arcade is this?" And I also beat Final Fight. Uh, he's got a Final Fight machine on one of the floors. He this I don't think they got to the floor with the Final Fight machine, but that is so much fun to play on an authentic machine. Like
Yeah.
I was just like, wow, this is fantastic. And I've got an arcade stick that's hap hap buttons and sticks. So
Yeah.
I connected it to this, and I just sat there, and I was just like, dude, when I walked up to whatever machine at WrestleFest, I listen, I okay, here we go. This floor is I think this is a candy cab floor. This one here. It's a candy cab floor with nothing but candy cabs, which is cool. I love it. The Pepsi machine. And he's got a lot of shooters, a lot of great
Dude, this looks so awesome.
I mean you're gonna I think you so I think you are I think you're gonna be in for quite the experience. I know I'm doing a lot of shilling right now, but here's the thing. I I don't think even my shilling does it justice. I just don't.
Yeah.
I think once you experience it for yourself, even if the first time you go in there, you after a while you have a headache and you're like, okay, I you know, my thing is get a also get a battery pack if you want to spend more than 20 minutes in there. Get a battery pack because it will drain your battery. And I couldn't be happier that I got a battery pack, because when I connected the battery pack, I was able to spend like an hour and a half in the arcade, like nothing, before I needed to
Mm.
disconnect and charge it up again. So this is a wonderful experience. And Metal Slug, I mean I don't know, I just feel like this kills home arcades. It really does, because you're not really,
Destroyed.
yeah, destroyed. And I don't know about, how do you feel about Unico's the candy cab that Unico put out,
I
a
I
thousand
was
dollars.
I was really, really interested in it, until two things happened. I got a Vulex, and I was like, "Well, what's the point in getting one of those if you already have a Vulex that can do everything it can do with that on?" And then two, whenever I, kind of found out that it's a 4x3 screen, that's it. And I was like, "What? Like, it's not a 16:9 screen, so that means that it's kinda gonna limit, if you put an Xbox in there or something, it's gonna squish everything." So I kind of, especially for 1,200 bucks,
Why would you put an Xbox in there though?
I would wanna do it for because I wanna do, like, modern fighting game, not an Xbox, but, like,
Oh,
PC or
really?
something, like, yeah,
Modern? So you'd want
yeah,
like Tekken 8 and
yeah, which I already have on my Vulex. That's kinda what I wanna do. I wanna do, like, Tekken 8 and stuff like that, and so I'm like, "Well, it's a 4x3." And then I'm like, well, then I need to play old games, kind of how it is. But all those games I get on my PC and I put in my Vulex, I don't know. It just doesn't. It didn't. If you don't have a view, if I didn't have a Vulex, I would be like all on board for it. But since I have one, I'm kind of resistant. Like I'm kind of like, I don't really know if I really need this. Now, not saying in the future, if I see all the buttons and, I'm looking at it and I'm just like, you know what, I could have a second one. Like, not saying that couldn't happen in the future, especially if they go on sale or something. But yeah, I mean, once you have a Vulex, it's kind of like, why would you get one of those kind of thing? That's kind of where that's where I landed with it. If I didn't have the Vulex though, I would probably be getting one.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. That makes sense. Me, I wasn't even considering it because I didn't know what I would put in it. Like it'd be
Yeah.
one of those things where I would almost be like, do I put a Pandora box in it? Do I get a PCB for something that I actually like an arcade thing? Do I buy like a like some Neo Geo hardware to stick in there? I was really not sure what I would do, and it's very expensive. So I was like, I don't think I'm gonna go through all that. And then this
Yeah.
came out, this virtual time capsule.
Yeah.
It
And who
came out,
needs it?
and I was like, I'm good. I don't need nothing else. I'm pretty much
Now,
now
do
I'm
you like
really happy.
fighters? Like, are you like
Oh
a do
yeah,
you like
oh yeah, I
have you
love
played
fight.
Tekken 8?
Yes.
Oh,
Mhm.
I love Tekken 8. I don't know if you do or not, but
It's a
I
lot of
love
fun.
that game.
I enjoy it. I think the graphics are incredible. I think
Mhm.
it has it has great mechanics. I'm enjoying it. I love it.
Yeah.
I'm with you 100%. I think it's a fantastic game. You
Yeah.
know,
And
Dark Realm. You keep telling people Happy Friday, and I don't know what it is for me. I keep seeing Happy Birthday. I'm like, what is wrong with my eyes? I'm like, I gotta get my glasses. I'm like, what's going on? I think I gotta clean my glasses because I keep seeing Happy Birthday. What's up,
I'm
BBD? Good to see you, man.
so with the Unico cab coming out, since it's metal,
Uh huh.
um, they're obviously gonna be you get to build those things, I'm assuming, from, somewhat I don't know, do they flat pack those things? Like, I don't know even how they're supposed to be coming. But with what I've had with, like, Arcade One Up, I'm just wondering how difficult it's gonna be for the average consumer to, have to put one of those together and what that's gonna do.
Yeah, I think you got to kind of have some knowledge. That's the thing, and to me, and again, that's another thing in my mind that really ingratiated me towards the MVSX. I didn't have to assemble it. You
Yeah.
open the box, you take it out, it's ready to go. You plug it up, you're good. You don't have to,
Hmm.
you didn't have to, with the MVSX, you don't have to build it. It's built for you and it's very high quality. So I was blown away. I was like, see, again, something that, you know, that Arcade One Up. I don't know what Arcade One Up's excuse is,
So would
with
you be someone who'd, get with the TaskRabbit, you think, that would, have someone come in and build it for you? Or do you, what do you just build it just because you have to?
it just takes a long time. You know how long it takes. It takes a while to build those damn things. They're not, I love when you get idiots that go on YouTube and tell you, oh, it's like IKEA furniture. It's real easy. It snaps together like it's gonna take you 10 minutes and you're gonna be good to go. Uh-uh. You have boxes of screws, you have boxes of panels, you have boxes for this, boxes for that, and you have to screw this in, screw that in. You have to make sure you put this on right. You got to go in the back and you got to do this and this and this. It is not you're almost, it's like I was saying earlier, it's like we are literally paid beta testers when we buy these machines because there's no guarantee that it's going to work when you get it all together. And I thank heaven that I never had a cabinet that I bought where I would, did all that, took all the time in the world to put it together, and then turn it on and have it not work. Oh my God. You spent 3 hours putting together the cabinet. It's like you go to turn it on and it doesn't work. You got to disconnect it. You probably connected something wrong. I don't know. And I did have one of the earlier Pac-Man machines, and gave I also gave that away too because
Yeah.
I didn't want to sell it, but I didn't have any use of it. So I had a friend of mine whose mother was a really big Pac-Man fan, so I gave it to her so that she could give it to her mom, and her mom plays it. And I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, you know, you know, I that's how I'll always be. If I have an arcade that's here that I don't want. I'm gonna donate it to somebody. I'm gonna give it to somebody
Yeah.
as a gift because I don't want to go through all the trouble of trying to sell these things. What's better,
So
Tekken or Dead or Alive? That's a good question.
I'd mm, I'd probably say Tekken because it's still around. Dead Alive, it's gone, isn't it?
No, they actually have they've had a recent there's a new Dead or Alive coming out, isn't there?
I
They
have no
I
idea.
play I've got a hyperspin build on my PC that's got all the Dead or Alive arcade games, and
Hmm.
I think they're up to Dead or Alive like 8 now or something. I don't know.
See, I didn't even know. I just don't think it's as popular because it doesn't. I was more of a Soul Calibur fan in
Oh,
Tekken.
I love
Like,
Soul Calibur too. I think Soul
yeah,
Calibur is awesome.
yeah.
I used to play
Um,
Soul Calibur on the Dreamcast all the time.
oh yeah. I played it on. Well, I remember whenever they came out, I think it was Soul Calibur 4, where they had like Link was on the GameCube and Yoda was on the Xbox and Spawn was on the PlayStation. Is that how it was? Like where they had all these different characters you could use.
Yeah, yeah,
That
it was exclusive to whatever company, whatever
yeah,
system you had. They each had exclusive characters. So you were incentivized to buy the different versions
yeah,
if you had the consoles. I think
yeah,
I'm trying to remember what console it was that had the Star Wars characters because somebody had Yoda.
yeah,
I think it was Sony that had Yoda
yeah.
and and Kratos
It was
from God of War and Nintendo, of course, had Link. Soul Calibur 4 had
yeah,
Vader. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. Yeah, so that was cool. Like I remember getting it on the GameCube because GameCube kind of didn't have too many third party games that were really that great, and that was one of the ones that I was like, Link, I could be Link in Soul Calibur. That's so cool. So yeah, I got him. I got that just for him, more or less.
Yeah, that it's so fun to play on the GameCube. I play that,
Yeah.
I play that emulated as well, and I love using Link. You and me both, my friend. I mean, Saying Spirits is pointing out here that there's a new Fatal Fury coming out, and
Hmm.
I'm excited about it. I've seen some promos for it, and and it looks awesome. I'm we haven't had like a big Fatal Fury game since Mark of the Wolves. And
When was that?
and that was with that was back on the Neo Geo. So
Oh, okay.
it'll be
It's
nice
been
to
a little
see.
bit.
It's been a while, so it'll be nice to see. It'll be nice to see a really modern, updated Fatal Fury. I'm really curious to see what we got here, guys. I've been playing Stellar Blade all night. It's difficult playing with just one hand. Oh God, that's hilarious. Saying spirits, that is so funny. I'm not even gonna say anything. We're gonna just leave that one. Let me ask you something, saying spirits. Do you recommend Stellar Blade? Just asking for a friend. Um New Fatal Fury for what say I think it's gonna be on all the modern consoles as well as PC. So I'll probably get it for the PC because I'm kind of over modern consoles. I just I
I So this I got a Steam Deck. That's my first kind of like putting my toe in the water
wonderful.
for yeah, yeah,
Good job.
for PC gaming. So it's really got me intrigued on doing that, getting more involved in that. I didn't have a, you know, computer or anything really besides my work computer until recently. So it definitely has sparked my interest. Steam is so cheap. Some of the stuff you can get, I'm just like, man, I should have been doing this all along. Like games I'd pay, $60 for, you can find on sale for like $15 on that thing. I'm like,
Or
PC gaming, man.
less depending on depending on the type of sale it is. Yeah, I
Yeah.
I agree with you. Steam has been amazing. You get and what I love about Steam too is you get a lot of indie games and games that you wouldn't normally even look at. It's like they've got
Oh yeah.
so much variety. I mean, it blows away the Xbox and PlayStation stores like a
Oh
thousand
yeah.
times over. Like it's so great, and it's all convenient and easily accessible, and
Well,
so much fun.
and then too, for someone like me, I got two kids that are, 2 and under, and they always have the TV. So having a Steam Deck where I could sit down and play modern games on, that's not a Nintendo Switch, and be able to do that, like that's a huge benefit, huge plus for me because, they can watch their Bluey or, whatever they want on the TV, and I can still have a chance to play video games and not be out of the loop,
Oh yeah, these handhelds are amazing. I mean,
Yeah.
I couldn't agree more. I love it. It's just another facet of enjoying all these great games, and having more ways to play. And that's the thing, man. Options are never a bad thing. We're always, we're spoiled in options. We have an abundance of options for gaming. This is like, you get a lot of people that complain about everything, but here's the thing, GalagaGuy88. I don't think there's ever been a better time to be into all this stuff because you have so many ways to experience them.
Yeah, absolutely. I was saying that the other night. I don't know if it was on what podcast, but yeah, I was saying that it's like, what better time to be alive whenever you have all these things that you can just do now. Um so it's just a great time. I mean, so many positive things you can do, so many ways you can play video games now. I mean, I don't know what the future's going to look like, but right now it's pretty darn great.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, I think VR is the future, bro. I think VR is going to change the world as far as all this stuff goes. Just for experience sake. People from around the world being able to literally walk into an arcade at any time and have these camaraderie experiences the same way you would if you were actually going to a physical arcade without leaving your house. It's incredible.
Yeah, like I said, if that was if that VR you were talking about was multiplayer, which I know you said they're working on it, but once that gets in, man, I'm telling you, that's going to be so much fun. It'll be like, put your quarter on the glass. Like that would be so cool. Like everyone just, all right, let's all get together and go to the virtual arcade this weekend, and we'll all chill together, and it won't be this whole big production of trying to get everyone together. It's just like you're just all there. Like I don't know how you
You're
can
all
really beat
there,
that.
and you can and you can talk because you have the microphone is built into the headset, and you can talk just like the way we're talking now, and you're there, and you'll have that physical experience of everyone being I'm dreaming about it, man. Like I feel like I'm seeing it in beta mode right now, and I'm so impressed by it that by the time it gets to multiplayer, it's just gonna like it's just gonna
Oh
like
yeah.
it's gonna be something else entirely. Like you're gonna have everything. Tim's talk says right now it's a good time to be an indie creator. Absolutely. There's so
Oh
many
yeah.
there's so many talented indie people right now doing all this great stuff. And you're seeing like I was telling you about the arcade time capsule. That's being developed and made by one guy. He doesn't have a team. He's one man and he's doing it all himself, and he's got a
Yeah.
Discord, and he's getting feedback and stuff. I've been in the Discord since it started, and I honestly feel like it's the greatest thing ever created for VR. I'm sitting here like, man,
Yeah.
you've changed my you've changed my perspective on VR, because before that I mainly would use VR for the movie theater option that you mentioned earlier, where you sit in a big IMAX movie theater and watch whatever movie you want, and you're enjoying yourself, and you actually have that experience. It's like going to the movie theater without leaving your home, and it's really fun. But for me, that was the main thing that I did. But now I go to the arcade. Every time I put the glasses on, I go to the arcade, and I'm in there for upwards, anywhere from 25 minutes to an hour. And if I want to play a quick game of Galaga, or if I want to do Final Fight or whatever, I'm in there and I'm having a great time. And it's just, and when I'm done, I feel like I've been in the actual arcade, and it's such a wonderful experience. Like,
That's what like PD7, he's trying to get that experience, and if you can get it for cheaper virtually, I mean, I'm all for it. That to me is definitely something I would be very interested in because eventually it's going to go that way. I mean, that's what I always think about too with these arcade one ups is how long are they going to last? Like, what's going to these things are not made. They're not made to last in my mind. Like, you can upgrade them, you can put your own stuff in them, but the original, like this Tron and that Burger Time, like it's not gonna. Think about 5-10 years from now. Who knows if that PCB is gonna be there? Like, like, like,
I'll tell you
yeah.
this. I'll tell you this. There's a Burger Time in that virtual arcade.
See, my wife would love that. Burger Time is her game. Like Galaga is my game. She can
There's an
whoop my butt up.
authentic, real Burger Time cab in that arcade, my friend. Just like the
Right.
Galaga. Listen, I don't. I mean, for me, I don't really see how it. I mean, I know it's going to get better because of multiplayer and more floors, more arcade machines, but I'm just so excited, and
Yeah.
I couldn't wait to talk to you about it, because I see all your machines behind you, and I'm just like, man, this is some great, and it's a great fun alternative to have in addition to all the machines you already have, and the ability to,
Absolutely.
of course, go to a physical arcade. But so you've been like really making the rounds as a YouTuber lately.
Yeah.
I've seen,
Yes.
again, I saw you on Steps and Sosa the other day, and now you're here, and you just started up on Arcades Anonymous.
Yeah.
How has that been? How is that, like,
Oh,
how's the transition, being on a panel with a bunch of people from week to week? How's that doing for
oh, it was honestly, I kinda started in a little bit into YouTube when it came to, like, the Blitz. I did a two-player cabinet deck, and it's like a 2-minute video is all I did, and it got pretty good. And then, I did this arcade tour, which took off. It's still to this day, people keep watching it. I don't know why, it's just my arcade tour. And, so the Arcades Anonymous also looked at it because I just have a lot of cabinets they were interested in. And the first thing that one of them had said, Todd, he he mentioned my carpet because my carpet's really bad down here because it's just a boiler room, and so it became like an ongoing joke. And they had me on because I think Joel was out, and then they had me on again because someone else was out, and I was like, "Hey guys, like I really do enjoy doing this, like, so if there's a spot available." And they were so welcoming. They've taught me so much, like how to get this stuff set up, to get a better camera, get a computer, like. They've kind of helped walk me through it all, so I like owe them so much. They like and they're just a good group of guys that just like to talk about arcades a lot. So and also too like kind of that era of arcades, what's connected to them, and they're just so far it's been just a fantastic experience for me. So I really do enjoy being on the panel with them, being able to talk about stuff.
That's great. That's great to hear. I mean, because that's one thing that there's no shortage of with Arcades Anonymous. There's no shortage of guys on the panel. So you basically you have you're gonna switching guys out here, switching guys out there.
Mhm.
There's
Yeah,
that's really cool, and I'm happy.
yeah,
I'm happy to see you. To see you on there, and
yeah,
it's good that you're doing your it's good to see you on there, and to be experiencing, something like that, and to be having
yeah,
such a good time. I mean, because that's what it's all about. It's all about, I mean, and I feel the same way with nostalgia power being, with a core group of people that you really like being around, and
Hmm.
there's nothing better than that. I mean, really,
Yeah.
when you have that, because you develop those friendships, you develop that, those bonds, and it's just a beautiful thing to see. And honestly,
Yeah.
the more types of YouTube shows like that, the better, because you want
Yeah.
to see that kind of stuff. You want to be able to get the message out. You want to be able to talk about all these things, and you want to and you want to be positive. You want to be as positive
Yeah.
as possible. So I'm
Yeah.
I you know
And two, it's like there's so much I feel like what you've talked about tonight too. So there's so much just negativity and for lack of a better term, drama that happens either on screen or behind the screen that happens with a lot of YouTubers and things. And it's just like I feel like, whenever you find a core group like you're saying, that it's like you don't really need to worry about that stuff. They're just, we're all just here to have fun and talk about things that we love. And I know what's nostalgia power. I feel like that you guys, that's what you're doing. I feel like Arcades Anonymous. It's just like we don't get involved in all that, kind of stuff on the side there. We just talk about, things that we love, and it ends up being a good time. And we don't worry about what so and so's saying or what they're doing. We're just over here enjoying ourselves. So it's a great time always, always.
yeah, that's definitely what it is. And let's see here. We've got now, Jimmy Rizzo's in the chat. He says it's nice not to be one-sided, and he says bye. I'm not sure what that was. Jimmy, I'm not Jimmy. I clicked on your YouTube channel. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but if you care to elaborate on it, I'm open to hear what you mean when you say that, because I don't think anything that we're talking about here today, unless somebody was being one-sided in the chat, I don't think there's anything in here where we're particularly being one-sided. I think you and I have
No, I
been
think it's going very well.
I think you and I have been pretty fair and balanced about
Yeah.
everything we've been talking about tonight.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
listen. As far as I'm concerned, I may give Arcade One Up a bit of a hard time when it comes to certain things, but at the end of the day, I respect the fact that Arcade One Up has made the home arcade community what it was. Without Arcade One Up, you know, none of us would probably be here in the way that we are right now,
And see, that's where I
talking
think the
about this
balance has
stuff.
to be because there's certain people that are just 100% like, I hate it. It's the worst thing ever. And there's certain people that are like, I love it to death and they can do nothing wrong. And it's like, I'm kind of in the middle where I'm like, I get some of your points and I get some of your points. And I'm kind of just,
You and me both.
yeah,
What did you and I bond over? We were talking about MVC2.
yeah,
Well, that's not an At
yeah,
Games product. That's not an iArcade product. That's not a New Wave Toys product. That's an Arcade One Up product. So if we're going to
yeah,
be objective here, we have to really
yeah,
talk about that.
yeah,
It's not like I'm sitting here saying I hate everything that Arcade One Up has done, because what did I do? I'm singing the praises of the Defender Partycade. I'm telling you about how I love the Mortal Kombat 2 countercade that I got for 18
yeah,
bucks and was able to mod
yeah,
to add thousands of games. I love it. I'm not, there's
yes,
things about Arcade One Up that I think are awesome. Okay. I've always been that way. But then there's things about the company that I wish were done differently, and things that could be,
yes.
because every company can use some improvements. I mean, that's just the reality of it. Nobody's perfect.
Oh,
So,
yeah, and
you know,
especially when it comes to arcades, like, okay, we can go off on a different subject, but Arcade One Up is just, like, the worst when it comes to promises of anything at all. It's just like, you're gonna get what you get with them. Everything's gonna have its issues, but it's like, if the worst thing is communication, I think, with them is they always say, like, "We're gonna communicate, guys," and then just, like, nothing. That's usually how it goes every time they say, "Oh, we're gonna change things. We're gonna communicate with you guys," and then it's just like every time, like,
right, right. They have one show where they try the communication thing, and then it doesn't work very well, so they don't do it again afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
I
It's
mean,
like, don't try to correct anything. Just give up completely. That's what you do. Like,
right.
yeah.
There's no need, people that like our products are gonna buy it, and if they don't, we've always got Pac-Man to fall back on, because there's always gonna be somebody out there that's still, to this day, even though we've sold like 1,000,000 Pac-Mans, there's always gonna be somebody out there that still hasn't bought a Pac-Man that will buy one at some point.
Exactly.
I
Okay,
mean,
there was a Pac-Man XL because I didn't get a chance to buy one whenever they're at Costco. Someone is selling one, and I was like so tempted, like, it's a Pac-Man XL. I didn't get a Pac-Man XL. Maybe it's a good deal. And I was like, stop yourself. You can play Pac-Man 18 different ways in your arcade right now. Don't buy the Pac-Man.
saying Spirit says he still doesn't have Pac-Man. Listen, I'm with you 1,000%, because like I told you, I gave away the original Pac-Man that I had, and I thought about getting the XL. This is where my mind was. I wanted to get the XL. I wanted to get the XL for my parents, and I wanted to have it shipped to them, and then my dad would have to build it, and they could put it in the basement, in the corner in the basement, and play it. And I thought about it. I'm like, that would be kind of neat. So I'm kind of waiting for the best price for a Pac-Man
Yeah.
XL, and then I'm gonna do it. If I can get it cheap enough, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna have it sent to my parents, because I think it'd be cool. Like I saw, and you know what gave me that idea, when I saw PD7's video about the XL, about the Pac-Man XL. I was kind of sold. I'm like, yeah, that'd be a good thing that'd be a good thing for them. I'm like, it's nice, it's a nice nice size, it's huge. Like,
Yeah.
I and so I kind of and so that was the one time where I kind of had the allure of like, yeah, Pac-Man XL would be neat, you know. But
So I
yeah.
do have to agree with Sane Spirits. I do miss you guys on Saturday mornings. Not gonna lie.
Oh, the
Nostalgia
Saturday
power.
morning thing.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
like my Saturday morning cartoons. Like, I get why I completely understand why you wouldn't be on Saturday mornings anymore because it probably wasn't the best time for everyone, but I do miss it on Saturdays. So I was like,
I think but I don't know. I think maybe, when, the seasons change, we might end up going back to Saturday morning, but because it's getting warmer out, and people are getting busier
yeah.
and stuff like that, so that was what went into the decision to like move it to Thursday nights, because we wanted to kind of you know open it up a little bit, and for the most part, it seems to be going okay. But I understand why people miss the Saturday mornings. It was definitely a nice element with the whole Saturday morning cartoon thing, and you guys,
Oh yeah.
and yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
it
and you
was
guys are doing some good things on Arcades Anonymous. I mean,
yeah.
I know this is the thing. I look at what you guys are doing, and the one thing that always gets me about uh Arcades Anonymous, and I always poke fun a little bit, is just because of the sheer size of your panel. You guys got so many people. That's just the only thing. I'm
With
just like,
that
I don't know how you do it with so many guys. Like, I'm just, it's so like, I just, it's so
yeah.
massive. Like,
I think that
it blows me away.
it first
Yeah,
of all, I appreciate it because now since it's so massive, I'm on there.
I'm glad. Well,
If
no,
it only before
but I'm glad you're on there. That's the thing.
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
super happy that you're there.
yeah,
You were a
yeah,
great addition. So I'm not, so no,
yeah,
that to me,
yeah.
that's an upgrade. That's a good thing.
Yeah, they and it doesn't I mean there's never I know some people kind of feel like we're trying to talk over each other or something, but honestly, I feel like we have a good like rhythm a lot of times where we're like, okay, like who's going to say this, who's going to say that, like, and we kind of just know each other enough to, at least in my short experience there, to know, okay, this is time to speak up, this time to kind of um Gaga 99's thoughts and celebrate. I've got 88, but 99, he'll be here soon. Uh,
Yeah, I got Galaga 99 coming on next month. So
yeah, that's next month. But I do think we have a good repertoire. I mean, I felt like that's why they let me stay on because I think originally that was not an option. Like they really weren't going to do it. But I feel like whenever I got with them and we get to talk a little bit more, that it just they liked
I'm
how
going to be
we
honest
all work
with you.
together.
I'm going to be honest with you. Them getting you to join the panel is one of the best things that they've done since they started doing Arcades Anonymous in the first place. I think it's a good. I think you were a good person to get on the panel. You have a lot of good insight, and they should want to have quality people on the panel. That's part of it. When you
Yeah,
have a big panel, here's the thing: when you have a big panel like that, you want to have as many guys who have a desire to contribute as much as
yeah,
possible, because you don't want to have a
yeah,
bunch of dead air and a bunch of people just sitting there staring at each other, not really saying anything. But then you also don't want to have a bunch of people talking over each other. So it's good to have that balance and to have quality people on there. And that's why I say I think you becoming a main member was a good thing, and it should have
yeah.
been. And I'm glad that it's done, and it makes me a lot happier with Arcades Anonymous that you are on there. You're a fantastic fit, like Saying Spirit says here. So Galaga Guy
See,
99 would be even better though. So so I so it's
who is this guy?
yeah, where's Gallagher Guy 99? I want to talk to this guy. Can we get him on the panel? I'll send out the link. We can have that would be great. Got Gallagher Guy 88, Gallagher Guy 99. You got them both side by
There's
side.
gonna be there's gonna be some alt account with guy 99 now, just profanity in everyone's stuff.
Oh yeah,
That's what's gonna end up happening.
that'd be hilarious. It's like
No,
my Gallagher's bigger than yours.
yeah, yeah. I do I really enjoy Arcades Anonymous though, and I think they're a good group of guys, and yeah, I know that like you said, I'm glad I could be a part of it, and um they added me only because I asked. Like I was like really like kind of like, hey, like like what does it take for me to get a part of this thing? Because like I really enjoy being here and stuff. So, um, yeah, it wasn't like they were begging me to come on or anything like that. I was just like, hey, like, what can I do to be part of this? Because I feel like we all mesh really well, and I like you guys. So it ended
They
up working
should
out for
have been. They
everybody.
should have been begging you to come on because they needed
Oh,
you.
that's not saying that. Like,
They needed you, man. They needed you on there.
oh,
You bring,
I don't think
you
that's
bring
true. I'm just
no, but
trying
you
to.
do. You bring something to the show. So
I
anybody that contributes and brings something to the show deserves to be there, and that's a good thing. And like I said, I've
yeah,
watched a ton of you guys. I've watched a ton of Arcades
yeah,
Anonymous, and I haven't always. I will admit, I haven't always enjoyed the content. I haven't always been a fan, but it's warmed up.
yeah,
I've warmed up to it, and I've gotten to the point where I will, I understand why, they do it in the form you guys do it in the format that you do, and I just like the fact that, and so for me, your, your recent becoming a main member, just made me a lot happier. I mean, I know they
yeah,
didn't do it for me, but I can
yeah,
honestly
yeah.
say that it helped make a difference. So,
Yeah, I'm glad that it did. I mean, I always liked what they did before, and yeah, I think that you know, everyone gives their own even behind the scenes. I think that some people don't see, what they give to the show. So me being able to see that now, I understand a lot better too. Like, okay,
Mhm.
like some people, maybe they don't contribute as much on the show, but they're here back behind it doing this and that, and they're really helping out. And everyone, like again, on the show are fantastic people. So and they really I feel like it's a very upbuilding group, I guess is what I'm trying to say is like everyone in the group is just so just nice and kind, and they don't make you feel like in like other YouTubers make you feel where like they make you out to be like kind of an idiot if you don't know something. Like, because I can go to them and be like, what do I do? Like, I don't understand this scenario. And they're just immediately just like, oh, like, here's some suggestions. This might help you out. This might help you out. Because I've gotten suggestions from other YouTubers via their videos that wasn't in the kindest way, even though they were right in what they said. But they're just very nice and understanding people. That's the way I feel about them. So they've hold a special place in my heart.
I mean, they definitely should, since you're doing a weekly show with them. I mean, if
Yes.
you're doing a weekly show with somebody, you gotta enjoy your time with them, and you gotta enjoy being around them. And because I've always said, if it ever feels like doing YouTube, if it ever feels like it becomes a chore to me and it's not fun anymore, then it's time to
Yeah.
stop doing it and time to start doing something else that is fun, because there's a lot of other
Yeah.
things out there you could be doing with your time. So as long as you're getting value out of it and you're enjoying the people that you're with, that's really all you can ask for. And I honestly
Yeah.
don't, so that's why I don't like when you say what you're saying right now, it makes perfect sense. And yeah, as long
Yeah.
as you're enjoying yourself, that's all that matters. I mean, it doesn't
Yeah.
matter what anybody else thinks.
Exactly. Yeah. 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 But there was one thing that I did hear on this week's Nostalgia Power that I need to discuss with you, and that's about Mr. Lou Ferrigno and your assumptions about him and being a jerk. And
Hmm.
I have to say, as someone who's met him personally, I can confirm he is a jerk.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to say, that Lou Ferrigno. I could tell you a story about a friend of mine who met Lou Ferrigno at a comic book convention. He was doing a podcast, and Lou Ferrigno was at the convention, and he walked up to Lou Ferrigno and he wanted to talk to him, just get a couple of words from him. He said, "Hey, Lou, I'm doing this little blurb here for PSN Radio. I'd like to, get a couple of comments from you if I can. I'm a big fan of yours." And Lou Ferrigno got all mad and said, I don't answer questions unless you go through my agent. You go through my agent, I will talk to you. And so then Lou Ferrigno stormed off and sat back down. And then the guy and then my buddy went back up to Lou Ferrigno and was like, well, can I at least get an autograph? Can I get you to sign this? And he had a photo of Lou Ferrigno as the Hulk. He's like, can I get you to sign? Can I get you to sign off on this? And Lou Ferrigno was like, did you go through my agent? And he's like, I just want you to sign. He's like, I just want you to sign my autograph. Can you sign the autograph? And Lou Ferrigno was just looking at him, and then so then my friend was like, "Can you hear me, Lou?" And he starts on his earlobe. "Can you hear me, Lou? I just want you to sign the." And Lou Ferrigno got so mad, he flipped over the table and went after my friend and started chasing him around the comic book convention.
Did he turn green?
And he's like, and then like it was this whole big thing. I better get out of here before I get killed by the Hulk. Like it, like he's completely. And then so I was trying to reach out because at the time I was doing internet radio and I wanted to try. I was going to try to get Lou Ferrigno on for an interview. So I had reached out to his people, and I was told that Lou Ferrigno is a very private man who doesn't really. I think the exact words that his people told me was, Lou Ferrigno is not very keen on doing radio interviews. And all I could think to myself was, is that because he's hard of hearing? I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe, because he
Well,
doesn't.
Richie Odella
Yeah,
says
you
he's
have to
partly
actually
deaf.
listen. You have to actually listen to radio. So I mean,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, no, everything I've heard about Lou Ferrigno behind the scenes, yeah, he's pretty much.
Well, this was a Comic Con also, and we went through. I think it was Wizard World, and everyone else there that if you want to meet a one of the stars that they had a hey Fox, they had a like you could just purchase it on your app or whatever, or that's kind of how you went through. You could even like pay for it on your app and then go see them, and then like, it gets sent to them whatever it costs to have them sign or take a picture with you or whatever. But for some reason Lou Ferrigno was not part of that, and you had to like walk up to him and like just talk to him. And then he had like this you ever seen those bags they take to the bank that's like usually full of money? Like he just had like one of those like sitting there, and you had to like pay him in cash to like talk to him.
That's
So it was
that
like
is
it was
so
very weird.
that is so cartoonish. Wow.
Yeah.
A
Yeah.
big a big
So
a
so
big sack of money.
yeah. Yeah, he just has like this thing. So me and my brother, we see him walk to the bathroom and back, or he's either coming to the bathroom or back to the bathroom. So we're like, Lou Ferrigno's here. Like we had no idea because like they didn't really advertise it very much. And we're like, yeah, like we're gonna go like see him. And I did get his I did get his signature, boop, on this Hulk picture. But we walked up, and he greeted us, shook my hand. His hand is like twice as big as mine, or probably 3 times as big as mine. And I'm like, this is a big dude. Um, so I'm trying to make conversation with him, and I'm just like, oh, so do you like doing these things? And coming to Comic Con, like, do you like doing these things? And he just stopped, like literally stopped, and then like looked me dead in the eyes and was like, if I didn't like doing these things, I wouldn't be doing them. And I was like, okay, like, whatever, like whatever, however you like to be, like
Freaking
maybe he's
scary.
having,
That's
yeah.
freaking scary,
so,
dude. Hulk
so
is
then I
looking
was
at
like,
you like you're crazy. Like,
yeah. And so I was like, okay. So then, he has all these pictures in front of him that you can choose. And he goes into this spiel about like, okay, if you want this one, it's $40. If you want two of them, I'll give you for $70. And if you want a picture with me, it's going to be another $40 to have a picture with me, blah, blah, blah. And he has pictures of him and King of Queens, and he has pictures of him as the Hulk, things like that. So I pick out the picture I just showed you, and I'm like, all right, yeah, could you sign this one for me? He's like, well, don't you want this one? He had a picture of him on King of Queens. And I was like, nah, like this one's good. And he was just like, but if you get this one though, it's only $70. And I was like, yeah, I know. He's like, so you don't want two pictures of me signed? And I was like, no, I don't. like I really don't want two pictures of you signed. So he kind of begrudgingly takes this and just kind of like signs it real fast, and he hands it back to me, and I'm like, okay, well, can I get a picture of my phone? He's like, this is before he had told me about the $40 fee, and I was like, oh, can I get a picture with my phone? Like, I just paid $40 for this signature, and he was like, that's another $40. And then I was just like, all right, well, I think I'm good. Thanks. It's nice to meet you. And I just walked away. I was like, dude, I don't know what his problem was. Maybe he's having a bad day. That's how I chalked it up to. Everyone has bad days.
sounds like he's always having a bad day, from what I can tell.
But on like, I've seen him on stuff where he seems like a really kind dude. So I don't know if like,
It's called acting.
oh, what's that?
I mean, I guess, yeah. No, yeah. From what I hear, hey, what's going on, Parzival? Good to see you, man. Thanks for coming. Cheers. I honestly, I don't know. Every experience I've ever heard with him's been negative. Even the experience I had when I reached out to his people was negative. So I don't know what else to base it on. I'm just
Yeah. Now we
uh,
did meet uh at the next convention Charlie Cox from Daredevil.
yeah.
He is the nicest guy I've ever met in my life. Like he was amazing. Like so it definitely was like a parallel, like I guess maybe Lou Ferrigno's a little bit older and he gets involved in a lot of things maybe, and he's grumpy, but Charlie Cox was kind of new at that time in Daredevils, and he was, I mean, he talked to us I mean, there was a line behind us too of like, 50 people also wanting the signature and stuff, and he took the time to talk to us and want to know how we're doing, what's going on in our lives, and he was the nicest guy ever.
Yeah, at that convention that my buddy was at, John Schneider from Dukes of Hazzard and Smallville was at the table across from Lou Ferrigno, and it was a very similar experience where he was like the nicest guy. Like my buddy was able to walk up to him and talk to him and get a quote from him from the radio, and he didn't charge nothing. He was real nice. He shook his hand. He's like, yeah, I saw what you were going through over there with Lou. You got to be careful around Lou. It was pretty funny. Like I was like, wow, that's really telling, man. So apparently,
Yeah.
it doesn't take much to trigger Lou Ferrigno.
Yeah, he's I only got to meet him for that short time, but I
mean,
wasn't really.
he was literally gaslighting you to buy 2 photos. Like,
Yes, he was. And my brother, even too, afterward, I was like, was that just like really intense and weird? And he was like, yes, that was really intense and weird for some unknown reason. Like he was just being weird. I don't know what it was, but
yeah, that was like
oh,
something it's like something that that wasn't necessary. Like,
yeah, I'm
yeah,
like,
like my question is he gonna have that argument with every single person that wants to buy the picture that you wanted?
well, that was the
Like,
thing too, is no one was around. Like that's the reason why we walked up to him, because like there wasn't a line for him or anything. He was just sitting there
wow.
by himself with his money
Yeah,
bag
because
thing.
a lot of people know, and when they see a guy sitting at a table with a money bag, it looks a little bit weird.
Yeah, and I so that's the reason why we walked up to him like, "Oh, there's no one around, like, it's Lou Ferrigno from," he's the Hulk, the original Hulk, like, this is gonna be such a cool experience, and
I
it did
wonder how
not
it
turn
was
out that
working.
way.
I wonder how it was working with him on the set of The Incredible Hulk. I wonder if Bill Bixby ever had any issues with him because I just can't see how, you know, how all these people have have negative experiences with Lou Ferrigno, and like you say, you see him on TV, and he's like one of the nicest guys. He's giving people hugs, and that's why I say, you know, how much of it is an act? I mean, are you really
Yeah.
that negative in real life versus versus when you're
I
on
will say,
camera?
I did hear one interview, which you may have heard this because 'cause you're really into the movie side of things, but, they asked him, like, what was there any scenes that he really liked, or anything that's memorable. And he said in one episode of the Hulk, he had to like the Hulk fights a bear, and he said that it was like it wasn't even like a full size bear. It was like a baby bear, like not like a cub, but kind of like a teen kind of thing. And he had to wrestle this thing in water, is what they were going for. And he said even as big as he was, that he was like the bear was kind of taking him down in the middle of it, like he was like that was a strong bear. He's like, and it wasn't even a full grown one. He's like, it really kind of shook him with how strong those things are, because he's huge, and that thing was just like, he said he had a tough time wrestling with it on camera because it was so strong. So
Well, yeah,
that's the
Lou.
one positive
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, Lou, it's a bear. Of course you're gonna have you're gonna have a problem. Lou. It's like it would be like saying, "Oh, you know, we've got this new, state of the art shark bite suit. And what we want you to do, we've got all of these sharks here. They're all swimming around in this water here, and we're gonna throw you in, and then you tell us how it feels when they bite you." How are you, like that's like, like wrestling a bear. Like, come on, man. What do you expect to happen? You think it's going to
Yeah.
be easy? I don't care how big you are. It's a bear. It's not, a bear is going to know what to do because a bear is a wild animal. So the bear is
Yeah.
going to be able to take you down. A shark is going to bite you. It's going to hurt you, regardless of if whatever kind of cloth you have that's going to protect you. Unless it's
Yeah.
a concrete, unless you're wearing a concrete suit shield, you're not going to be protected from the shark. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Dumb.
it was
Dummy.
or like Apex Predators.
Lou. It was really hard to take that bear down. Oh, you think? You think? I mean, I'm just guessing here, but it's a bear, so yeah.
Well, you
Dude.
think though too. I mean, he's probably someone who's always been, I from what I've heard, through different shows and stuff, is that he started bulking up whenever he was, kind of in his teens, and he just kept getting bigger and bigger. So he probably hasn't really had much of a challenge. He's just a big guy,
Right.
So to actually come against something that he couldn't immediately squash was probably like, whoa to him. Like, I can't.
And I think
This.
he played. I think he wrestled a bear, or maybe it was just a guy in a bear suit in the Hercules movie he was in, because he was in a Hercules movie, years before he did. I think years before he did the Incredible Hulk, and he played Hercules. So I don't know if he really wrestled a bear or not.
See, I only know him from Hercules.
Oh, that was Arnold. That was Arnold.
That's
okay, okay, saying I stand corrected. I don't know.
Yeah, I was surprised he could do no offense to him, but like I'd be surprised if he did a role where he had to talk a lot, because he just doesn't. He has that lisp and stuff, and it'd be kind of hard to.
Yeah, I want to see him in a serious role where he's sitting in a French bistro, having a conversation on a date, like a romantic comedy. Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah.
Like he's sitting there, or like a serious dramatic movie. He was bullied and teased because of his hearing issue. I watched a whole documentary on him. That's why he bulked up, and he bulked up in his speech impediment. Yeah. So maybe it's just, maybe more than anything else, it's insecurities about the fact that, again, about the fact he was bullied and stuff like that. So maybe that's why he's so touchy.
Yeah.
But I mean, honestly though, you're sitting at a table with a bag of money, gaslighting people for not picking the picture that you're, picking the deal that you want. I mean, that's a little bit, that's a little bit much. I mean,
yeah, he was very he's intimidating in general, so maybe it's just because he's so intimidating too, that like, I don't know, he didn't come across as kind as he does.
He was gonna scare you into paying the $70, like looking you dead in the face. That's only $70.
Yeah.
I know, Hulk. I just $40 is enough, dude. I mean, how much? I mean, listen, man. I still got to eat. Okay, I still got to go. Get something to eat. And if I give you $70, it's gonna kind of cut in.
Well, the strangest thing was the comment that he made before, where I was like, "Oh, do you like doing these things?" And he was just like, "If I didn't like doing them, I wouldn't be here." And I was just like, "Okay, dude. Like, I was just trying to be nice."
He literally put you in your place, like
yeah.
Did you ask him a question about about his experience? I mean, it was a completely valid question that you asked. I mean, just because for a lot of these actors, just they're there honestly, and some of them will even tell you when you ask them like that, "No, I'm here for the paycheck." I've met actors at conventions who've actually said things like that to me. So it's not.
Yeah. I've also met like Ray Park, the Darth Maul.
Oh,
He was a real nice guy. And then we were at one Comic-Con, and I don't know if you remember this or not, but Kel from Keenan and Kel, that actor, it was a Nickelodeon show in the late 90s. Yeah. And we didn't even pay for anything. My brother just walked up to him and was like, "Hey man, like, I really loved your stuff back in the day, da da da." And that guy talked to him for 5 minutes, and that he didn't even charge him anything to talk to him, or didn't sign anything. He just wanted to chit chat, and he was fine with it. So some actors are real nice, and other ones just maybe are a little off-putting.
Yeah, absolutely. Ritual Dello says here he was going to put your head in that bag, Galaga.
He heard I beat a score in Galaga, and he's a little angry.
I wonder
You
if
don't like him when he's in.
I wonder if Lou Ferrigno plays arcade games. Wonder if
I
he's got a
think
favorite arcade.
with
Next time you go to a convention and he's there, you got to make sure you go up to him and ask him, "Hey Lou, do you like Galaga?"
he'll be like, no, no, he, I would imagine they'd have. I don't know how he even play because literally his hand is probably double the size of mine, if not like a double and a half. Like it was like I felt like a child shaking his hand because his hand was just so massive. It completely engroved my hand. He's just a big dude. Like it was crazy.
He probably would want to charge you $50 to answer that question. So either way, he'd get paid, and then he could just say anything. I mean,
Yeah. Well, and then like Charlie Cox, he was I was there with my brother and his fiance, and he was like asking to even come to the wedding and everything. He was like, "Where's my invitation? Like, send me one. You never know. Like, I might end up coming or da da da." Like, he was really like just the nicest guy in the world. So whenever we went to Lou Ferrigno, it was like, "What the heck, dude?" like,
some of these
yeah.
some of these some of these damn Marvel actors, you don't know, you never know what you're going to get here. Like
I figured Marvel would would yeah, definitely
Did you give Charlie Cox an invite?
no, I don't think he ended up doing it. I think they tried to find his address or something, and they didn't end up. But they say to do that, like invite like rich people and movie stars because they'll just give you gifts, even though they won't show up. So
Yeah, they give you a nice gift. Ritual Adello says you want to meet the nicest and finest guy in the comic book universe. Go to a con and talk to Jim Shooter. The stories he has about the industry and pictures with Stan Lee. He's an interesting person. Now I met Stan Lee. I went to a comic
oh,
book
you're so
convention a
lucky.
long time ago, and I actually got to meet Stan Lee. I talked to him, and I'll tell you my Stan Lee story. So I got to talk to him, and it was really cool. And so we were, and this was before, when they were making, yeah, this was when they were making like X-Men movies and stuff like that. They were going to start
Okay.
about to start making X-Men, I think it was. And me and my cousin, we were sitting in the chairs in the audience when Stan Lee was doing a speech talking about X-Men and talking about Marvel and all that. And he was taking questions. So I stood up and I asked him a question just out of curiosity. I said, "Hey, Stan Lee," I said, "don't you think that Clint Eastwood would make a good older Wolverine?" And Stan Lee, I kid you not, he looked at me and then he looked down, he looked back. I swear to God, he looked up and he's like, "Retirement? What are you talking about, retirement?" He's like, "Man, I'm not ready to retire. I'm just getting started. Are you crazy?" And everybody in the crowd started booing me. And I'm like, and I looked at my cousin and I'm like, what did I say? I'm like, I didn't say anything about retirement. I didn't ask what,
Yeah, I'm even confused as you're talking. I'm like, what? Like, why are you talking about retirement right now? I don't
he
understand.
he must have been having one of those senior moments, bro, because I was just like, I couldn't believe it. I sat down and I was like, okay, all right, dude. All right, dude. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, like Ritual Adele says, maybe he was just being a prick. I don't know. Because it took him a moment, like he was trying to process what I said, like he was trying to decide how to answer the question. And that's what
Hmm.
he came up with. Maybe he
Maybe
didn't
you
want
didn't
to
hear something
answer
right.
because yeah, maybe he either didn't hear something he didn't hear so good like Lou Ferrigno,
Yeah.
or or he didn't want to answer the question, so he had to come up with something else that would have some kind of an impact. Maybe he didn't want to answer because I mentioned a specific actor. Maybe he didn't want to, comment. So
Yeah.
instead of commenting on that, he shifted it in a totally different direction. But I was like, and I looked at my cousin, I said, I know some of these idiots in the crowd heard the question that I asked. So what the hell are they booing me for? Like he so I don't know. I don't know. But I did get to meet him, and
Mm. I'm
he
trying to think
was
with that question. What can you make out? Clint
retired.
Eastwood make a good Wolverine. How could you make that into retirement? I'm just trying to like.
Retirement. That's how he was. Retirement. Like what? Like that's what he started with. And I was just like, yeah.
Richie Odello. Look at his
He
next comment.
made me the villain, and he
He's
shouted in my voice. Yeah, yeah. Now this is a freaking DC fan. I'll pick Tim. I'm like, no. I mean,
oh, that's good.
I'm like, are you kidding? I mean, it's true. I am, I'm a diehard DC fan, but the thing is that like he, when he, when he did that, I just was so, it was so off-putting to me.
Okay, so who is your since we got on DC fans, who's your Batman? Whenever someone asks you like what Batman do you like, who do you consider your Batman of your time? Like, because everyone has like I think since the first Batman movie, every like generation kind of has like their version of Batman. So like, who do you consider like the Batman in your mind whenever you consider Batman?
Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck?
Mhm.
Really?
Yeah, I think he's the definitive Batman. Like I think he embodies the character. He looks like Batman. He acts like Batman. And that warehouse scene in Batman v Superman, the way he takes out all the freaking
Okay.
I don't think it gets any better than Ben Affleck as Batman, to be honest with you. Now, if
That
I
felt
want
like
to talk
I
about
felt
the
like
Batman that I grew up with, it would be Michael Keaton from Batman
okay.
1989. But
Okay.
to me, for me, definitively, I love Ben Affleck as Batman. What about you?
Kevin Conroy.
Oh wow, yeah. Well, Kevin Conroy, yeah. When you read the comic books, you hear his voice.
That's always been like whenever he passed away, it was like a kick in my stomach. I was like, no,
Oh
that
yeah,
is my Batman.
it
I
was a kick
love
in
like every
the stomach to everybody. Yeah, yeah,
oh
yeah.
like
He was, yeah. But even Kevin Conroy, when he was asked who is the best live action Batman, even Kevin Conroy said Ben Affleck. So
well, for me, it'd probably be if you're like talking live action, it would be probably it'd probably be Michael Keaton. That's probably one I would probably choose. I mean, the second to that, I don't know. I need to watch the Justice League Snyder cut because I haven't watched that yet. I still have only
oh my
watched
God, you are in for a treat if you have not
yeah
seen the Snyder cut of Justice League.
because
That
I've only
movie
seen the
is
other versions and I was
that.
just like,
Oh
eh.
no. The Snyder cut of Justice League, it will blow your mind. And you got to make a day out of it because it's 4 hours long. It
And I
is
got kids too, so my day doesn't
it
start
is
till 9 o'clock
huge.
at night.
It is huge. And you really gotta have, have your pizza and drinks. I mean, the Snyder cut is a masterpiece. And I'm not, I honestly, it to me, I just I can't say enough good things about it. It's beautiful. I actually watched the black and white version of the Snyder cut with my parents. I'd gone over to my parents' house and we watched it all together. And even my dad and I, we watch all these movies, together. We would go to the theaters and see all these movies. And we had gone and seen, Justice League when it came into the theaters, and we were so disappointed with how it was, and then we left. But when I went to my parents' house and we sat down and we watched the black and white Snyder cut, my dad, even my mother, who's not into, superhero movies like that, liked the Snyder Cut. So I knew that the Snyder Cut was for people, even for people who aren't, who aren't really into superhero movies, just enjoyed it as a very entertaining movie. And it
So
was
how long
it really is.
was the other Justice League movie? Is that like 2.5 hours long?
No, it's just 2
2 hours?
hours. It's 2 hours exactly. 2 hours even.
So okay, so there was a lot of stuff that they cut out. If
It's not
there's
even
four
about
hours.
it's not even about cutout. It's a completely different movie. It's a completely different experience. It's
Oh
not even
wow,
about
okay.
cutout. It's not even about cutout. It's like all like the theatrical cut of Justice League is basically like a Frankenstein. It's like a patchwork of different things. You have what you have, because they brought in Joss Whedon, the director of the first Avengers movie, to come in, and when Snyder had to step down from the family tragedy, the death of his daughter, um, Joss Whedon came in and basically retooled the movie, reshot a lot of scenes to make it jokey and funny, and give it
Hmm,
all this comedy and all this. Took the majority of what made it a Snyder, a serious uh a serious DC movie, and just made it just a joke. So
hmm.
the differences between Snyder Cut and the one that came out in 2017 is night and day. It's a night and
So
day.
even the plot's different. Like there's not the
Yeah,
whole like.
yeah. The plot is different. It's like the plot is like this is like almost like a Cliff Notes version, where like they kind of loosely adapt the plot a little bit from what Snyder had, but it's not the same thing.
Okay,
It's a completely different thing. And when you watch it, you'll see exactly what I mean. And it picks up
okay,
literally from the end of Batman v Superman, the Ultimate Edition. You see where it starts out from the perspective of you're seeing Doomsday kill Superman. It literally
mhm,
starts out. It literally, it's seamlessly connected. So you're getting an actual experience of all of it. It's a totally different thing. I don't really know how else to say it other than it's a completely different experience. You will be glad you watched it. You will feel a lot better, and you will feel a lot better about Justice League after you've seen it. Yeah,
yeah.
for
I've
sure.
been more into the Justice League cartoon movies lately, and unfortunately, a lot of those are better than the live action ones that have come out.
Oh, yeah,
But
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just going
DC's
through.
always done a great job with the animated stuff. I
Yeah.
mean, until very, very recently, I don't know what the hell they're doing now. Now they're all over the place, and and then on top of that, we've got James Gunn's jokey, but to look forward to with DC. I don't know how the hell James Gunn's going to make a Superman movie. I don't. To me, I'm just I've never been, and Superman is my favorite hero. And I've never
Okay.
been less hyped for a Superman movie than I am with what James Gunn's doing. I literally have no interest in it whatsoever, to the point where when it comes out, it's going to be competing against Jurassic Park. And I am going to go see Jurassic Park multiple times just to contribute to the total of burying this movie, because I have no desire to see James Gunn make Superman into a jokey, ridiculous character who has a poop fetish. I am not
So
interested.
so okay. So he's James Gunn, just so I'm clear. He's the guy who did Guardians of the Galaxy, right?
Yes.
Okay. I This may be a people don't agree with me when I say this, but I watched the third Guardians of the Galaxy, which they said was like the best one that they've ever made. Like this is the best Marvel movie that they've made, and since Infinity War. This is the best one, and I thought it sucked. I was like, dude,
I wouldn't go that far. Yeah, no. It was
oh
I agree with you. It was not.
yeah,
I liked it more than Guardians of the Galaxy 2, but that's not saying much. I mean, because I just don't think that James Gunn makes everything a joke. James Gunn makes everything goofy, even when he has serious, serious content. He doesn't let you enjoy the seriousness
yeah,
long enough. He doesn't let the seriousness dwell without throwing a stupid joke at you, giving you something where it's got to be funny every 3
yeah,
seconds. You got to be laughing, and that's my biggest problem with him. He doesn't know how to take superhero stuff he doesn't give superhero stuff any kind of real respect. He does everything goofy and dumb. And that's what I'm worried about with Superman. I don't think he's going to take it seriously enough
yeah.
to make it worthwhile. Where and in reality, and I mean honestly, after seeing the Snyder cut of Justice League, I, I don't. I want to see the rest of that story. I want to see where it goes. I want to see what they're going to do. So
Well, for
and
me, I guess it was um whenever I loved Firefly. I don't know if you ever watched Firefly, but
okay,
I did like Firefly. And whenever I saw Nathan Filoni
yep.
like in this giant marshmallow suit thing that looked like it belonged on like a TV movie adaptation of Guardians of the Galaxy, I was like, this is dumb. Like this is dumb. This is the dumbest movie I've ever seen in my life. I mean, and my wife, she agreed too. I was like, "How do you like in the movie?" And she's just like, "This is just not very good." Like, I didn't like Guardians of the Galaxy 3 at all. Like, I feel like it just. And the thing I don't like about Marvel either is you have to watch 50 movies and go through 18 seasons of something to understand one little intricate thing. So I felt like too they relied too much on what had happened in the MCU to understand what's going on in Guardians of the Galaxy 3 because I was sitting there like, what happened then? Like, what? Hold on. We had to actually pause the movie and like Google what had happened so that we understood what was going on and then
Yeah.
continue the movie because I'm like, I don't know what he's talking about right now. And I hated that. I'm like, dude, you should just make it so you could like understand, even if you haven't seen the previous 18 movies to kind of know what was going on, kind of thing. But that's just me.
And yeah, Rich Waldello, he did direct that god awful, horrible Peacemaker show. Yes. Yeah, Peacemaker. And Peacemaker allegedly is going to be in the new Superman movie. So that also doesn't give me much hope for this for the material being taken seriously. Although I'm not going to lie, Deadpool versus Wolverine looks awesome. Now, have you seen the trailer for Deadpool versus Wolverine?
I've seen the Let's F and Go, like, because that's been everywhere.
Yeah, that's
But
been
no, I haven't
everywhere.
seen the full trailer. No, I've seen the trailer
I'm actually
announcing the
looking
trailer.
forward. I'm actually looking forward to it. I think it'll be good. I did like the Deadpool movies, so I'm gonna
Yeah.
I'll definitely see this. I think it'll be cool.
Oh yeah.
And to be honest, like I said, I've been enjoying the hell out of X-Men 97. So,
Yeah.
anything with X-Men, I mean, they're X-Men is really the only thing they're doing right now. So I'm kind of just like, I think it'll be good. A lot of f bombs in that trailer. There really were. That trailer is got more f bombs than I think I've ever seen in a Disney a Disney produced film. I've never seen anything like it. Just the amount of f bombs in that trailer alone. Like I kind of thought, wow, they really are not skimping here. It's like they're going overboard to let everybody know this movie is R rated, like all the other Deadpools. You don't have to worry about it being watered down just because it's a Disney thing. Like they're going really hard on it, GalagaGuy88. Like it's sort of like they want us to know. They want us to be, fully
Didn't
invested.
they
But
did
I
they
don't
make
know.
a Christmas version of the first one, where, like, they had, like where they um, took out all the cuss words or, like,
Yeah,
bleeped
yeah,
it
they took
over?
out all the cuss words and they brought in, I think it was the second one. I think it was called Once Upon a Deadpool, and it had Fred Savage, and it had
Yeah,
it was doing like the whole Princess Bride thing, and it was really, yeah,
love that movie.
tried to they really tried to, make it a little bit different, but it was still the same movie. It was just edited in a way that was more
Eh,
palatable for general audiences, I guess. But
yeah.
that's so like what's one kind of getting back on our arcade talk here. What's one what's one arcade cabinet that if it were to be released, and I'm talking literally talking any company, if they were to put out a home arcade, what's the one holy grail cabinet for you that if they, besides Galaga, since you've already got it and you've already acquired that, what's the one for you that would be day one, you'd have to get
If
it no matter what?
if they did it right and they made it look as intricate and fantastic as New Wave Toys did, I would say Food Fight. That's the one I would that cabinet looks so amazing.
And you'd put it right
Um,
next to your wife's Burger Time.
yes. Yes, that one, there's actually the arcade we frequent, in Columbus, they have a real Food Fight, and that thing looks just oh, man, if you're looking for like you said, a lot of these are just, like, for the aesthetic, and that one would provide you with just the ultimate aesthetic, especially if they got the controls right and everything. I'm sure the licensing wouldn't be that expensive. It's just that cabinet it would look amazing to me, and just, and it would really add just a flair to any arcade, um, compared to, Robotron. I love Robotron. A lot of people are, like, voting for Robotron, and I think it's a great game, but it's kind of a bland cabinet. Like, there's not really much to it, and especially if you're getting, Arcade One Up is doing it, they're not gonna do it right. Black Widow also, because I agree with my wife on everything. It's a good one. That one is a good one.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Burger Time Babe is saying Black Widow, so that's another one. And
Yeah.
again, I I think you realize how fortunate you are to have a wife that totally supports the comic, the whole arcade hobby, because the
Yes.
arcade hobby is not cheap. It is
No.
not something that you are, it's not something that a lot of wives are. I always see, and you know what I always think is so funny, Galaga Guy 88. You always have a bunch of like these big name home arcade YouTubers that are always talking about, oh, I gotta clear it with the wife. I don't know how the wife's gonna feel about this. And
Yeah.
it's like, who are you kidding? Your wife is totally in support of you, because if she wasn't, you wouldn't be filling your home with these
No.
with these monstrosities. You would be
No.
you would be limited to like one or two, and you wouldn't be so stop trying to lie about it and keep everybody in suspense and make it seem like you're scared about what your wife thinks about it, because she's obviously in support of it.
Yeah, yeah, and I'll tell you, as far as my wife goes is, whenever after we had our second child, a lot of bills came through, and I sold arcades to make up for those, and I think she was more heartbroken because I had to get rid of them. Like, she was like,
Oh
"Oh,
wow.
please," like,
That's
she's like,
perfect.
We can figure it out, we can figure it out," and I'm like, "No, like, I gotta
like,
sell these, it's fine."
like it's a
Like,
breakup with those arcades.
yeah, yeah. She's
We can figure it
so
out.
yeah, she was like I was like, "It's okay, like, I can sell them, it's fine, like, I know we need to pay these bills and we don't have the money." So, so she's always super, super, just supportive of everything that I do with the arcade part of it, and even the YouTube part of it. Because whenever I'm doing this stuff now, I try to involve her as much as possible. But there's editing, there's trying to get thumbnails going and stuff like that,
Well,
or
not only
being on.
that, not only that, I mean, your wife has been participating in the chat all night, and we've been going for over 3 hours. So that's,
Yeah,
that tells you right there the level of support, support the
yeah,
addiction. I mean,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
but if
yeah.
you're
So
both
she does.
but if you're
She
both
does.
addicted, you know.
Yeah, yeah. She definitely gives me a lot of leeway. So I really do appreciate her and all that she does to help me in my addiction. So, and I try to, like I said, like we have videos that haven't done very well. We go to um arcades, like barcades, I should say, more than arcades. And that's actually where we shared our first kiss, was at a barcade. And
Wonderful.
yeah, so she's real supportive, and we do videos where we make mixed drinks because these are drinks that we have drink at the barcades. They don't do nearly as well, but the whole reason why I'm doing them is because
I
I get
like
to do them
them.
with
I
her.
think they're awesome. I think that's
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah,
For me, I mean, that's really great. The whole barcade phenomenon is wonderful because it's keeping arcades relevant.
hmm
So
yeah, exactly. So, and two, I mean, I actually went to the office the other day, and people were asking me about it, and I mentioned barcades, and they're like, "Well, what's that?" And I'm like, "You don't know what a barcade is? Like, you just buy a drink, and you literally can play whatever you want for as long as you want. They just want you to buy a drink. like, like you can't really beat that. That's a whole evening for me at least. Hey, let's walk around.
because you're gonna buy a drink anyway. Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. So
Did you get a chance to see the movie? The Retro Ralph was in the Token Taverns.
yes, yes, I did get to see that one, and it was pretty good. I liked it. I don't really care for Billy Mitchell, but the rest of it was good.
What I liked is how they showed how like some of these barcades were adapting during the pandemic with the
hmm
where you literally had where they had it where you had to sell food to be able to
Yeah,
have a license to be open. So they were doing things like, microwave hamburgers and things that you could just
yeah,
that they could just get away with selling, justified to say, okay, yeah, we're selling food, and all they're
and
doing
even
is
that,
microwaving.
yeah, and even that one they did, like, where they rented it out, like, "Oh, hey, like, we'll deliver an arcade to you during the pandemic, so and then we'll come pick it up later." I thought that was pretty cool.
That was great too. Like that really and seeing something like that, I mean, just really warmed my heart. I was talking when I had Retro Ralph on here the other day. We were talking about that, about Soakin' Taverns, and the whole movie, the whole idea behind it was was so heartwarming, just for arcades in general, and just for the idea
Mhm,
of, yeah, that there's a way that this stuff can continue to live on. And for, as we're getting older, it's like barcades are a great outlet, are a great resource for it to continue. And like you said, you buy a drink, you can play games all night, you're fine. You're going to buy a drink anyway. I mean, you're in a great place. And Ritual Dello wants to know, who's the real gamer in the house, Galaga Guy 88.
sometimes I think it's me, but other times I doubt myself when it comes to, when it comes to Burger Time Babe, 'cause yeah, she's and that's what we like to do though, is we'll try to relive that. That's why it all happened with COVID. We were going out and going to these arcades and barcades, and then COVID happened, and it was like, okay, well, what can we do instead? And we tried to play, console games, and it wasn't just the same experience. And then all of a sudden, we went to Walmart, and it was like, hey, we can buy a Rampage and play that at home, and then we could buy a Centipede and play that at home. And we've done every year of our marriage, on New Year's
How long have you
Eve.
been married?
I've been married. This will be, well, 2018 is when we got married, so this will be 6 years.
That's awesome.
So I was married once before, and I'm so glad to be married to Burger Time Baby now. So, uh, uh, so every year though, that we've been married, we've always done where we play arcades till midnight, every single year. So that's kind of our tradition too. Is we we get a couple drinks and we just start playing. And originally, whenever we only had Rampage and Centipede, it was a lot harder to play till midnight. But now it's like,
Well,
oh, it's already midnight.
how many cabinets do you have now?
It's with my real cabinets, the
Yeah,
arcade one ups and
just
the
in total.
mods.
Just in total, what do you got?
It's about 30. I have
Well,
30.
yeah. You and your wife have the arcade now at home, so you don't really need to go out. And you've got plenty of arcades to play till midnight on New Year's Eve.
Yes.
Now you're fine. I
Yes.
mean, it doesn't get any
Yes.
better. That's perfect.
Yeah.
You know,
So it's been great.
some good food, some drinks, and some arcades, and your night is planned.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
And we don't have to worry about being, obviously everyone is out, drinking and stuff. So just being home and being able to have a good time and not worry about all that stuff is great.
Now, how do you feel about pinball? Because pinball is kind of a trigger word for me. Ritual Odello here mentioned pinball. He says we have a pinball spot by me, over 90 pins. It's the wing code. They partner with a bar next door. $30 unlimited pin is and pins and wings. I'm not a big pinball guy. Okay. For me, it's arcades. I really don't care about pinball. I'm not really a fan. So I kind of want to get I was excited to kind of get your take on pinball since you have so
Um,
many arcade machines.
I have the ALP and I still have the Star Wars arcade one up, but I got rid of the other two. I had the Marvel and the Attack from Mars. I don't. I like pinball. I think it's pretty fun. I'm not like. I feel like arcades are a niche hobby, like you said before, and pinball is the niche hobby within the niche hobby. Like it's very like
Yeah.
specific,
Yeah. I'm with you.
and yeah, it's like, so if you want to go towards like a pinball area, you're gonna get people that it's very there's not very people who play it. Um, I do play on like my Switch and stuff, as far as like Pinball FX, and I will play on those. And actually, one time we went to Outer Banks in South Carolina or North Carolina. I don't know which one Outer Banks is in, but that's where we were. And went to a gas station, and it looked like a normal gas station. And you went in, and there was probably, I'd say, at least 100 pinballs that this guy had set up in the back room of his gas station. And I was like,
Wow.
yeah, like I have a video of it, but I didn't post it because that was before my YouTube stuff. But um, and it's like room after room after room of all these pinball things. And we spent the whole day there. And it was a good time. I don't think it's I think there's a distinction between arcades and pinballs. Even though pinballs were in the arcade, I feel like it's a different essence about either or. I don't know what it is exactly, but I always feel like there's like a line that's kind of drawn like between the two. Um, I always hate that pinball's charged, like at barcades and stuff. Usually it's always charged there, and sometimes they don't maintain them very well. But virtual pinball, I hook my Switch up because I'm lazy and cheap. I hook my Switch up to my ALP, and that's how I play it, man. I just have the Switch Joy-Cons there, and I attach them to the side of it, and that's how I play. I don't really care. I'm not one of these like 100% make it as authentic as possible type of people, and I still have a good time with it. But again, I'm not like 100% all on board, do everything for them. Now, I will say the Attack from Mars ALP 4K, I was very tempted to buy that because I love the Attack from Mars uh, pinball, but I just couldn't. I couldn't afford it at the time, and I think if it goes on sale, I might buy it. But I do think it looks pretty sweet.
Well, I will confess to you, I have one pinball machine, and it is in virtual reality. It is it is Star Wars pinball. and it's in
Okay.
VR, and you go into the room, and you got the pinball machine, and you play it, and you've got, you got Star Wars characters all around you, and it's a very Star Wars atmosphere, and it's very, and I find that fun, and that kind of scratches the itch for me because I'm not a pinball fan, but
Yeah.
for that, I do enjoy that, but that's as far as it goes for me when it comes to pinball. I'll play Star Wars pinball, and I'll be content. I'll never be one of those guys that's going to actually buy like an ALP pinball machine. All the people getting ripped off by an Adams Family and Star Trek and all these things
Well,
from at games. I'm never going to be that guy, but
yeah.
I do have, I do have one that I play from time to time.
I got my ALP at Sam's Club for $200. So
Okay. Yeah,
I
that's
mean
kind of,
that you can't.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah, that's
I was
kind
just
of good.
like,
Although, what did I pay for Star Wars pinball in VR? I think I got it on sale for $9.99. So
okay,
and ordinarily originally when it first came out, it was $29.99. And I got it on sale. They
yeah,
were doing it was $9.99, and I was pleased as punch, and I got to, so I get to scratch that itch whenever I want to play a little bit of pinball here, but
yeah,
it's not really.
yeah.
I just,
I
yeah,
do think it is like it's a very like intricate community within the community kind of thing. And
yeah,
like even whenever we were there at that gas station, there was two like older people that were there, and like we had our kids. Obviously, they're going to be kids. They cry sometimes, and we had to help with them. And they were like the nicest people ever. And I feel like everywhere I've been, where there's been like more pinball focused, that they've always been kind and nice to me. So I mean, I think that it's a good community that they have within the community. I'm not 100% like in on it like other YouTubers on are. Like I do enjoy it, but I don't think I don't know. I'm just not like gonna buy a Godzilla for $10,000. Like that's not
oh God.
that's not my goal.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't even get me started on those guys. They went from home arcades to like full blown Stern
Yeah,
pinball machines, and I'm just
yeah.
like, you gotta be kidding me, man. I almost feel like saying to these people, get a hobby for real. Like, what is the deal with you guys? Like, what is it? Okay, so you shield Marvel versus Capcom 2 to death. Now you're on the the Stern pinball kick, and you think people are going to go from from paying hundreds of dollars for home arcade machines to paying thousands of dollars for real authentic pinball machines? Get out of here, man.
And to me, that kind of it almost like it created like a I don't know how to like it jarred everyone
You're
because it
right.
was
You're
like the whole
100%
reason
right.
why it was like, oh, we buy these arcade one ups because they're cheaper, they're easy to move in and out, they're not so heavy, there's not so much maintenance. Like that was the arguments that were given to us. Like this is why these are beneficial. Like because this is why arcade one up is good, and ALPs and everything else is good. Our arcades because they're smaller, they're easier to put together. You don't have to worry about all the maintenance, and also it's like now we have $10,000 pinball machines that cause a bunch of maintenance, and they cost a ton of money, and they're really heavy to move around. And it's like every argument they had for one up just kind of deteriorated as soon as they bought a pinball.
But that's how that they aren't really fans
Yeah,
of what they're doing. They're just promoting what they can for their channel. It's just about clicks and views. It's not about
yeah.
honesty. It's not about authenticity. It's not about what they're really into or what they're really about. Like if you're on a video telling me that you're telling me, Zod, this pinball machine is good. This is good, and this is this. I'm going to trust your opinion before I'm going to trust one of them because they're trying to sell me a Stern pinball machine because these one ups have kind of dried up for them. So
Well, I can tell you,
now I
like
gotta listen to that. So it's like, yeah.
like I got this Galaga now, and I'm terrified of it to a certain degree because I have a CTR in it, and and I'm always worried. Now I'm worried every time I play it. Like, is this going to go out? Is this going to go out? And I tell somebody that, like, yes, I got this for $550. So it's the same price as the arcade one up, but there's also another side to it where it's like it's kind of scary. Like, so I'm trying to be honest whenever I talk about stuff because it's like, some people are just like, go get a real arcade, go get a real arcade, like don't buy these things. And I'm also like, that's true, but also you also have this other side of things where it's like, well, if something goes out in it, who are you gonna call? Because there's no one to call. like, like, like that kind of thing. So yeah, I totally agree though. It's like, you got to make sure whenever you're going in a certain direction, you have to kind of weigh all the options, and you can't just promote one thing and not think about the other.
Right. I agree
And I
100%.
went to the Cleveland Gaming Classic. This is what turned me off from real pinball because for a minute there, whenever they were all like really promoting this getting a real pinball thing, I went to the Cleveland Gaming Classic, and if you got the weekend pass, which I got for free, you got to come in on Friday at no charge, like as an extra. Like, since you bought the weekend pass, you came in on Friday at like 6 o'clock. And I was in there on Friday, and Venom had just come out, brand new pinball, brand new, and they had like probably, I'd say, a dozen of them at the arcade, maybe less than that, maybe like 8, 6, somewhere around there. But I counted, and at least 3 to 4 of them, at least 3, I'll say 3 just to be safe, were down. And I'm like, these are brand new $10,000 pinball machines. And they have them open, someone's working on them because something went out on them. And as soon as that happened, I was like, I will never buy a real pinball ever. I will go if I want to buy one, it's going to be virtual pinball because I'm not dealing with that. Like,
Yeah, virtual pinball it is for me, literally.
yes.
It's like, hey, I'm cool. And it's like when I'm in the virtual reality, the machine looks real, and I'm not spending $10,000. I'm not gonna have to worry about any kind of maintenance whatsoever. And the thing is, I don't care about it enough to even do any maintenance on it. The first time something like that happened where I would have to do maintenance on it, I'd probably just junk it right away and consider it a loss. Do it as like
Yeah.
a tax write-off. Burger Time Babe says wings sound good right now. I agree 100%. I think wings are appropriate at any time of night, honestly. Guys, you can go to a place with a lot of pinball. It's more fun because your goal is to play one game on every machine, and they have the EM pins and old school EM baseball games. It's pure nostalgia goodness. I have the ALP HD. It's fine for me. I pay $200 also, Galaga. And then Rich Wadello finishes up by saying, if I spent $10K on something that doesn't transport me on 4 wheels, my wife will bury me in it backyard. Yeah, I mean, that's where I think like people start drawing the line. Honestly, where it's like, you get to a point where like you're bringing in these heavy pinball machines that require maintenance, that require a lot more time. It's not just plug and play. You got to know what you're doing. You're not, I mean, come on. Like, and
Yeah.
to shift from that, where a lot of these big home arcade YouTubers like to talk about arcade one-ups and these other cabinets as being nothing more than toys. And it's like, yeah, okay, you hypocrites. They're toys that you spent years and years shilling for, and now because that's kind of dried up and you're in a position because of your YouTube, because of your 30 million YouTube subscribers, you're now in a position where you can spend thousands of dollars on Stern pinball machines. Well, that's not the normal person. That's not the average people that are watching your channel that are into this hobby. I mean, give me a break. It's ridiculous. I'm just like
Now,
so over it, dude. Like,
if they would have went to like the same YouTubers would have went to like a place that where there was pinball, like, an arcade where they had one set up and they did the same reviews that they're doing, I don't think they would have been such a backlash or
No.
people wouldn't have thought anything about it because it's like, oh, okay, everyone can go, to a pinball place and, put a dollar in and play a pinball around a pinball. Like that's not really, but again, I just think it was like, to me, it was very jarring. It was like, whoa, like you're buying a $10,000 machine now? Like, bro, that is
Yeah, yeah,
that is way out of the spectrum of things.
Godzilla, Godzilla pinball money. I'm like, are you serious? Like for real? Dude, I'll play a virtual version of Godzilla. I like Godzilla. I'd like to,
Yeah,
that'd be kind of cool to play a Godzilla game. Okay, don't get me wrong, virtually, but
yeah.
I don't need to have the authentic $10,000 machine in my living room. I mean, what am I going to do with that? Like, is it really that serious?
Yeah.
Like there's kind of it's like, yeah, you could have your there's a big difference between hundreds of dollars for a home arcade and thousands of dollars for a Stern pinball machine. You're
Yeah.
really making a huge leap with your viewers.
Yeah.
You're leaping into a whole other tax bracket, guys. It's a different thing altogether. It's like
Well,
I
and
don't
then
know.
I don't know. I was step on toes, but whenever they're saying too they took out loans to get it, I was like,
Oh God.
huh?
Oh
You took out a
God.
loan
God,
for a
God help.
pinball machine?
God help me.
I don't know.
I'm not taking out a loan for anything that I can't live in.
Yes.
Are you serious? Like I that
Yeah.
is so insane. I would
Yeah.
never I would never. That's what I want to know, Burger Time Babe. Who has that kind of money? That's what I want to know. Like seriously, where do you get it
Okay.
from?
But okay, let's say it's your favorite arcade game ever. Let's say this is your Galaga. This is your, Burger Time. This is your favorite game of all time.
I'm glad you're
Would
asking
you
me.
pay Yeah, would you pay $10,000 to have a real version of it in your house?
No, no, and I'm gonna tell you why. I had Bobby Voo build me one, and I'm
Okay.
happy with what Bobby Voo built me. It's good enough for
Okay.
me. I don't need to have the real one. I had him build me one. He built me one from his heart. He built me one with love. It's a great machine. It has like 10,000 games on it, and I could play Mortal Kombat all day till my heart's content. And he made me a nice big control panel, and I'm super happy. I don't need to buy and Mortal Kombat is my game, the original arcade game, Mortal Kombat 1,
Okay.
the original from 1992. That's the arcade game that I love. That's my holy grail. In fact, not only is it the game, but I have the one from Bobby Voo, and I have a miniature one that I got from uh, a website, a guy in Spain. This was the first
Hmm.
arcade cabinet that I ever bought. It's called, and his store is called Play Minimal, where he makes miniature versions of real arcade machines, and he makes them look as authentic as possible, right down to the artwork. And we talk a lot about arcade one up with the light up coin doors and stuff, but the one thing about the light up coin doors that arcade one up has never done, and I don't know why they've never done this, is make it where you can press the coin button and actually insert a coin. Do you know that the arcade machine that I bought several years back from Play Minimal from Spain has a coin button?
Hmm.
It's an actual light up coin button. Not only does it light up, not only is it a light up coin door, but you press it and it actually, would you imagine, inserts a coin.
Hmm.
I I couldn't be happier. I've got my Mortal Kombat fix. So I am not one of those people who will ever need to have the real, close to 200-pound cabinet in my house with,
Yeah.
with all this maintenance in a CRT that I've got to worry about, a broken chassis and all kinds of stuff like that. So I'm completely content. That's why I say I don't, it just has to be close enough
Yeah.
for you to be really happy. So for the people that say, "Oh, $10,000 for the," well, if you've got all that kind of money, you got that kind of money, more power to you. And I think I paid. I want to say when I got my plain minimal, I want to say that it ended up costing me something around. I want to say that it costed me around $500 at the time, and it was and it's bigger than, okay, it's smaller than a 3/4 scale, but it's bigger than one of those. It's kind of in the middle between a 3/4 scale and
Okay.
a new wave toys. It's kind of in the
Okay.
middle where it's big enough where you can actually play it. I don't know exactly how. It's big enough where you can actually play it, and it has like full size controls and everything, but it's got like a 9-inch screen. It's got a light up marquee, and but it's completely accurate as far as the Mortal Kombat machine. It's completely, it looks, literally looks like a mini version of the real thing. And
Hmm.
so I'm not, again, I'm not, but so between that and the one I got from Bobby Vu, I don't really, I'm so happy. And you've got a real Galaga behind you, and it didn't cost you $10,000 either.
No. $550 is what I paid for it. So,
Yeah. So
um,
I mean, it's
it yeah. And to me, I always have, which I talked to Burger Time about this too. It's called keepers. We have keepers. It sounds like the ones you're describing is your keepers, where it's like if I have to sell stuff for whatever reason, like something comes up, it's like, okay, these ones I can sell and I'm probably going to be okay with. And then I have my keepers where it's like, I wouldn't sell these unless I absolutely had to sell them. And there's the ones that's like, these would never sell. Like I would like, die before I sell these, like kind of things. Um, so yeah, it sounds like Bobby Vu made you a keeper. That's what it sounds like
Yeah,
to me.
yeah, I don't have that many. So
Yeah,
pretty much all the cabinets that I have, I would consider to be keepers, because I don't have I don't I'm not going to really buy anything else. So if I
yeah,
got to a point where I had to sell any, I don't really think I would get to that point, because I don't really have that many to begin with. But if I had to sell any, I think the only one that I would sell would be the iArcade. Um,
yeah,
I mean, if I was going to sell any, and even that I wouldn't really want to sell, because I'm content with what's on that. And so it just depends. I guess, if you're a fan of, um, if you really love the ones that you have, and I'm sure you have, like for your wife, it's probably the Burger Time, right? Is Burger
yeah. So are like ones that are if everything had to go for whatever reason, again I have like 30 of these. I would probably keep obviously the Galaga, the Burger Time, the Vulex, and probably the ALP would be like the four that I like. That's like if we had to sell everything, but those four, it'd probably be those because ALP I can play basically anything that I really wanted to play, but everything else could probably and also to my LP. I probably keep my LP too because for pinball reasons, but everything else could probably go if worst came to worst. Um, I'd hate to do it, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah,
Or if
yeah, you do.
yeah,
You got to do what you
yeah,
got to do.
yeah,
This is the um, this is my This is my Play Minimal, the small one that I was talking about. People are
Okay.
asking to see it, so I figure I would show it here real quick. This was a quick little video that I put out a long time ago on it, and this was
Yeah.
and so this is what it looks like. I got killer instinct running on it, so I'm kind of excited about that.
Nice. So how big is that?
I mean, it's not very big. Like I said, it's more. It's like bigger than the 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 new wave toys, but it's not
Yeah.
quite as big as a 3/4 scale.
Okay. I see your hand there. It kind of helps
Yeah.
with
See,
gauging.
the controls are pretty much regular, regular size here. And then I got I got that one, and then there was another one that I had too, another small Mortal Kombat one that I had at another time, which was let me see here. Let me pull it up here. This was another, if I can find it. It's under short. Here's another one another Mortal Kombat one that I had at one point.
Hmm.
I don't have this one anymore. I gave this one to a friend, but this is another one that's
Oh.
very authentic looking, but not quite as authentic looking as as the Play Minimal. But this is another one. I'm like I said, Mortal Kombat is my game. So this was the one.
Yeah.
This is kind of the you know this is the way I feel about it. Like if you have your game, you have you have your one that you're super excited about and that you're into, that you'll always gravitate to no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was for the 30th anniversary. That was a couple years back. And
Yeah.
then I gifted it to a friend of mine who doesn't have any arcades. And
Oh, okay.
it's pretty close to the size of the Play Minimal that I have. So it's a little bit smaller. It's a little bit shorter than the Play Minimal, but it's definitely bigger than it's bigger than a countercade,
Okay.
but not quite as big as a 3/4 scale. So,
Nice.
I don't know. That's where I'm at with that. So yeah. So
Nice.
I mean, are you is there any cabinets that you're looking to acquire now, or are you pretty content with where you are?
I'm pretty content with what I got right now. I am considering doing like a actual racer, like getting like the whole format and doing like a maybe a PC in it. Um
Oh, so you're
uh
thinking like the buy stuff mod kind of a thing?
um no, this is more like getting well no, it'd be buy stuff mod. Yeah, I could do this something like that too. That's something I know like Gamer Fridge, he did a video about his that he made where it's like the whole thing you put it together. And so I thought about doing something like that, and then also too the retro shooter. I thought about doing something around a retro shooter. I didn't
Yeah, I've been
quite.
really getting hyped about that
Eh,
retro shooter. If anything,
yeah,
I think I'm gonna turn the iArcade into the retro shooter because
yeah,
that would be cool. I just want to play Duck Hunt again, man.
yeah. It's that's just kind of because I have Buck Hunter, but I don't have any other real shooters. So I'm like, I have my Wii that's hooked up to my Guitar Hero. Though that's how I did that with my Guitar Hero. I used a Wii, and so I have some shooters I play on there, but I don't really have like a dedicated cab to shooters. So I thought, well, maybe I do like a retro shooter mod, but that's the only one I'm really looking at, but nothing else really.
Yeah, I'm there too. And what do you got coming up next on your channel, and what's next for Arcades Anonymous?
On the channel, I only have a little bit of editing to do, but we actually did a review of the Burger Time cab here behind me.
Nice.
And me and Burger Time Babe did like a little competition to see who could beat each other at the Burger Time cab here. So I'll give you a little hint. It's not me.
Well, I was gonna say, I hope if it's a review on the Burger Time cab, that Burger Time Babe won. I'm gonna say
Yes.
that because I think that's appropriate.
Yes, yes, yes. Also too, we went to, like I said, we went to Tennessee and I went to the arcade. We did some shopping and stuff. So I have like a footage for like a walk and talk type of thing
Okay.
for that. So
Everybody copies Phil PD7 with the walk
yes.
and talks. Everybody's trying to cash in on that because it's working so well
Yeah.
for Phil.
Oh yeah. I will 100% agree. Like I'm like, oh well, this might work for, some views on my channel. So plus we just like doing it. So we decided to do that. Um, and then I think we actually got some ideas while we were down in Tennessee too for some drink videos, different drinks you can mix and stuff like that for your barcade here at home. So we'll have a couple more videos about that. Those are by far the most funnest ones we've done. Is just getting together and me and her, we just mess around mostly and then make a drink and then when we drink it. So it's just fun for us. Um, they're not as popular, like I said before, but
Well,
it's more about
I like them, so
yeah,
I'm happy you do them. I hope you keep doing them. They're good videos.
yeah.
Um,
So we've done I think two of them now or three of them. I don't remember which ones. I think we've done two, which is our Russell Fest and the Timber Bender, which is the one with bacon in it, which everyone was like bacon, and I'm like, yeah, you can have bacon in your drink, man. Like this is how we do it. So
that's
It's
awesome.
it was it was it's a good time. That one, we even had like bloopers at the end because she kept goofing off, and so I just kept recording. And I'm like, well, at the end of the video, we're just gonna record, put some
That,
blooper reels
that
in there.
the magic of the editing process, right? I mean,
Yes.
I love
So
it.
those are, if you watch it till the end, guys, because it's some
Oh
pretty
yeah.
funny stuff with her walking around and just being funny. So
Awesome,
yeah,
awesome Galaga guy, man. That's great. ZodWriter is your play minimal MK machine two player. No, it's a one player. It's a one player. It's not, it's definitely, I don't think it would be appropriate for two players. I think it's good for one player. It's got a big enough control panel for one player and fits my hand. I'm very, very happy. I don't think I'd want it to be two player. But no, because I
yeah.
do have the Mortal Kombat 2 countercade where that's two player, and that has about a very similar size screen to the one. I actually think it's the exact same size screen. It's like a 9-inch screen, and the Mortal Kombat 2 countercade is two player. And
Hmm.
I don't know how, that it's not practical for two people to, yeah, but
So on these smaller ones, do you have online play on those, or is it just your one player and you just play Mortal Kombat?
well, no, I it's powered by a Raspberry Pi 4, and
Oh, okay.
I've switched out a couple things like before. Like I used to like at one point I had a mini PC powering it. That's how I was able to get Killer Instinct running on it, and then
Hmm.
I changed it up and did decided to go with I needed the mini PC for something else I was doing, so I decided to switch out the switch that out and just use a Raspberry Pi 4 that I had laying around,
Okay.
and I'm running so I'm running a lot of different things. You guys, before we wrap things up, do you guys want to see the arcade that Bobby Vu made for me? You guys want to see the
Absolutely.
Mortal Kombat that he did? Hold on, let me pull him up and I'll actually
I
show
saw
you.
his Transformers one that he just did, and good golly, I don't know how he could make that any more perfect. I was like,
Um,
man, Bobby Vu goes all out.
Yeah, Bobby is amazing. Like I have to say, I've never known anybody as giving and as kind as Bobby Vu. He is, to me, it doesn't get any better. Like salt of the earth people. There are GalagaGuy88, a lot of wonderful people in the home arcade community. For all the
Hmm.
drama and the BS that, we all experience, to be real, there is a ton of great people that we, that I think people should, I think people need to realize that it's that yeah, you might get a bunch of, for every bit of drama, there are just as many wonderful people in the community. Um,
Yeah, that is 100% true. That yeah, there are those people out there, but there's a lot of other people who are just here to talk about arcades and have a good time.
exactly. And that's exactly what we're doing. So just a moment. I lost my breath there for a minute. And here we go.
Okay, so it looks like he's
Yeah, this is the Mortal Kombat that Bobby built for me.
okay. So does I'm assuming there's a PC in there then with what it just popped up with Dell and everything.
I believe there is there's a Raspberry Pi 3B Plus in here.
Oh, the Broly, that is too cool.
We've got
Are you a Dragon Ball Z fan?
I you know what I have a kind of a love-hate relationship with Dragon Ball. I'm a bigger Fist of the North Star fan. This is but Johnny Blaze, this is the cabinet that Bobby made for me, and it's beautiful. I mean, it looks wonderful. The T molding, a very accurate cabinet with some special liberties taken from Bobby here. And
I
I
think
think
his head is gone.
I think Bobby did a wonderful job here. There's a lot going on with this cabinet. Um, very, very authentic artwork. Um, and this is just the intro when he first turned it on. This is the intro that comes on every time I boot up the machine. You get the To Die For, you get the To Die For Bobby Foo logo, to die for mods, and then it boots up, and then it has and then this is how it looks. For those that are curious to see, there's a much better.
So is it made of real wood then? I mean, it
Yeah,
looks like it's made of
yeah,
okay.
yeah, real wood. I love the marquee on it. It's not a light up marquee, but that's fine. It doesn't. I didn't want it to really be. It didn't have to be. I was very, I just wanted something that was. I wanted it to be a bar top because I'm in a small place. I wasn't looking for a full cabinet, full size
Yeah.
cabinet. And look at the scorpion there on the side. That's really cool. I like that. And here's for volume control. And but you see, this is why I wouldn't need an authentic one. This is why I'm not really I wouldn't want the full size real arcade. I've got my Mortal Kombat fix is met. I don't really need.
That is a very gorgeous cabinet.
Yeah, I'm not like I said, Bobby is the master. Like I can't, this is my keeper. This is the Yeah, Bobby built it, and the whole step of the way. When you deal with Bobby, Bobby is there with you the whole step of the way. He'll send pictures, he'll send you videos of him cutting the wood and constructing the cab. Bobby doesn't play around. He does great work. Look at that. Look at the just the details. It's all in the details. This is just and really the only thing was for me, I just wanted to, wanted to play. All the other games that are on it are just a bonus. I just wanted to be able to play, you know, dedicated to be able to just play Mortal Kombat 1. I really didn't care. Like you, Galaga Guy 88. You got that one game that you like to play
Yeah,
all the time. Everything else
yeah,
is just everything else is just a bonus. That doesn't really matter whether, and so yeah,
and
I'm
that
I'm
was one
completely
thing, not to
yeah.
not to draw the whole conversation back, but it's like I wish Arcade One Up would have been, there it's like, "Oh, hey, let's put 12 games on it." It's like, "How about let's put 2 games on it and make them as authentic as possible?" Like, let's not worry about those licenses and all that money went there. Let's just focus on making one game really, really good. And that's what people want. So,
Yeah, make it look authentic as you can make it look, and put one game on it. That's all. And people will buy it. People
exactly.
will spend the money on it because they have nostalgia for that game. Because I'm kind of when it comes to like these multi-cade options, I'm kind of at the point where like there is such a thing as too much of a good thing. And when you have a multi-cade,
Yes.
you could spend all day just scrolling through trying to find a game to
Yep.
play. But here, for me, I always use Bobby's cabinet as kind of like a dedicated Mortal Kombat machine. I love just going on it for a couple of quick games of Mortal Kombat here and there, and I don't have any, you know, it's really a really nice, authentic experience. But
And that's what
gets to give you guys a chance to see what it looked like. If you guys haven't, seen Bobby's video, but he did the greatest showcase ever for this. All these shots are very, very professional.
yeah. I mean, it looks very, very good. The side art, I mean, the control panel, everything just looks top notch for sure.
Yeah, yeah, it's really great. The buttons, the stick is good. Everything is good. I have no um oh, you're saying that the iArcade is perfect for the retro shooter mod. Okay, well, I'll do it then. I'll do the retro I'll do the retro shooter mod for the iArcade, and then maybe I'll make a video because
What would make this Mortal Kombat perfect? If you just put Defender on there, like Arcade One Up would do. Just put Defender on there.
I think Defender is on here though.
Oh,
I think
okay.
you can play I think you can play Defender. I think Defender's one of the games. There's thousands of games on it. I mean, it's
Okay.
has a whole arcade. He put arcade only just a bunch of arcade games on it. There's not any console games or anything. It's arcade only.
Yeah.
So there's but there's thousands of games on here. I mean, it's really, and like I said, I was just happy for it to be Mortal Kombat. I don't need it didn't matter if all it had was Mortal Kombat on it and it booted up and went right into Mortal Kombat, I would have been completely content. But the fact that he went to such great detail and to do what he wanted here, you know, uh
Yeah.
I wish
And again, it's
myself
all
could
about
think of
making one game perfect. If Arcade One Up would do that, say, hey, we're gonna make I don't know, a Dig Dug cab, and the Dig Dug is gonna be absolute perfection. But there's also other games on it you can play too. But the main thing is Dig Dug, and we're gonna make that as great as possible. Then that maybe it'll work out better. But instead, they do this kind of like Mod Podge that it's not really about one game. It's about all the games and bad controls and stuff. It's like sounds like Bobby gets it right.
he does. I tell Bobby all the time, I'm like, if you were to do a if you were I'm surprised none of these big home arcade companies at games, Arcade One Up, New Wave Toys, whatever, haven't hired Bobby to build arcade machines, because Bobby is just so wonderful. I mean, he would like he would make them as authentic as possible. Here Bobby's talking
Didn't he
about,
buy like the majority of their warehouse?
oh yeah,
He bought a ton of those things, I think.
he's talking about the T molding, the T molding that he chose. And yeah, it's so neat. And yeah, it's definitely a, but see, now you see why I wouldn't care if I, to get a real one. Like, it's just not,
Yeah.
it's not necessary when you have people as good as Bobby that can build that can do this, and it's the right size. I could take this with me anywhere. It's a bar top. I could, if I move, it's not going to be that hard for me to transport it. Um,
Have you ever thought about buying one just to compare it? Like if you found a cheap, MK cab from RK1 Up just to like see, you know, how different it is, or even just trying it out. Maybe someone else who has an MK cab just to like from RK1 Up just to go over there and
you mean
just
the Arcade One
see.
Up one? Well, again, I do have the Mortal Kombat 2 countercade that,
Okay.
and so that's, like, I thought about getting one of the peasant versions of
Yeah.
the Arcade One Up, because that's like $200, the peasant one, and you can kind of, and it's small, and it's about the same. It'd be about the same size as like my about my play minimal. It'd probably be about the same size. And I was thinking about maybe getting the Mortal Kombat 2 version of that and putting it next to the play minimal to see which one was taller, and then do a video, because there's nobody out there that's done a video of the peasant versions yet. And then
I guess that's true.
the fact that you can play online with the peasant version. So, you know,
Hmm.
yeah, have you seen the ROM hack translation of Fist of the North Star for the Mega Drive? Yes, I have, and I actually downloaded it a couple days ago. I haven't gotten into it yet, but I am familiar with Last Battle, and I have played it all the way through before the hack. So I'm looking forward to getting into the hack, because I'm a huge Fist of the North Star fan. Fist of the North Star is like my favorite Japanese property of all time. But yeah, but there it is in a nutshell, guys. That's the Mortal Kombat machine from Bobby Vu. I highly recommend reaching out to Bobby if you would like something custom built. Bobby is very fair with his pricing. He's also very generous. So let's just
And
put it.
that Transformers cab he just posted, I wonder how much he went for that, because that thing looked, oh my goodness, it was so good. Like the whole
You should really consider commissioning, getting him to commission to do
yeah,
something for you. It's something that
yeah,
something that you really want, something that you're really passionate about, Galaga Guy 88, that you
yeah,
think would be good in your arcade room that you don't already have.
yeah, absolutely. I will, because it's getting to the point where, I'm tired of, I wanna get games that, obviously you can't find through Arcade One Up or anywhere else kinda thing. So, maybe I'll do a food fight, be like, "Hey, Bobby, can you make me a food fight?" And see what he comes up with.
Oh my God, Bobby could do a great food fight. You could probably,
Yeah,
even if you want him to do like what he did for me, where he just made you a food fight bar top. It would
yeah,
look amazing. And
yeah,
I would recommend having him make you a bar top, because, well, not only, for space reasons, but also
mhm.
for shipping reasons too.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
if he's doing a bar top. See, if I was in California, it'd be different. I could have him make me a full size cabinet, and I could go pick it up, and I could, but because I'm in Illinois and he's in California and he's got to ship it to me, a bar top is the most cost effective way, on top of being uh, small enough to be transported easily.
Yeah.
So I would recommend if you really wanted, and I bet you he would make a food fight look amazing. I would, because
Oh yeah.
I don't think Arcade One Up is going to do it. I don't.
No, that cabinet just looks so good. Do a quick shit. No,
Yeah. Poor Gallagher guy 88
Mike.
thought he was going to do a quick show, but he had plenty of drinks and we had plenty of
This is the
conversation. This has been so much
this
fun.
is this is the Snyder cut version of Zod right. 4 hours long.
Yeah, we just had so much to talk
Oh
about.
yeah.
And I remember on Instagram you asked me what we were going to talk about, and I didn't know what to tell you because I knew we were going to have so much to talk about. It was going to
Oh yeah, absolutely.
go off of from one thing to another. We were going to have a lot to say, so I knew it was going to be huge, And I thank Burger Time Babe for being in the chat this whole time and contributing. It's been such a fun show.
Absolutely.
I want to thank you for being here, GalagaGuy88. It's been fun. It's been a fun Friday night. It's been fun to spend it with you and to get to know you and to talk about all this great stuff. I've had a really great time, and I hope you did too.
Oh
It's
yeah, absolutely.
amazing.
It's good to get to know you too, and chill, relax, have a couple drinks, and learn about VR. The VR arcade. That's a big takeaway for me.
That was the whole, that I'm going to be honest. That was the whole purpose of doing the show so that I could sell you on the idea, so that I could shill you towards the VR.
You shill. You shill.
I am a shill for that. Great. It is the greatest thing ever. I will swear by it. It's so good. Ritual Adello, thank you for being here. Saying Spirits,
You too, Richard Della.
all you guys, Johnny Blaze, PD7 was in here. We had 19K Fox stopped in here. We had quite a few people who were in here. We had Biggie D's Arcade, but we've been going for so long that it was definitely a long stream, and I appreciate those of you who stuck around for the entire time, especially Burger Time Babe. That's really great that you stuck around for the entire show. So thank you very much, guys. I'm gonna have OTG, aka Overthink Gaming, on next Wednesday's late night Q&A. I'll be back to my regular schedule. We did this on Friday because Galaga Guy has Arcades Anonymous on Wednesday nights, and we didn't want to. We didn't want to cross with that. I definitely love, the fact that you're on Arcades Anonymous. So that's a great thing. So
yes.
Thank you everybody for being here. And it's been over 4 hours. So we're going to say goodnight and we'll see you next time.
See ya.